And there we go. Okay, scroll tiles. It's not loading. Well, that is not uncommon. It often doesn't load. Hello, Awad. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. Um, how have you been doing in crawl? I wonder if this is fixed. Yeah, last time we encountered at Saint Roca, the bound orc was a trash ally to have, and well, it's still kind of a trash ally to have with only 1 damage. Hmm, that is most unfortunate. Yeah, you really haven't done any crawl in a while, been busy? I get it. Um, I hope you become unbusy soon. I think this would be a good time of the year to not be too busy. So yeah, very funny thing. Saint Roca, the bound orc, deals 1 damage because orc zombies and orc allies default to being regular orcs. So yeah, I hope that is fixed. Playing melee today? Playing melee, kind of. I mean, we're playing a heal orc of Yred, and Yred kind of sucks for a mage. It is like so bad for a mage because like you cannot do anything that shoots because you're gonna be surrounded by zombies, and if you kill them, you lose Yred piety, and then you cannot like so many things that a mage normally does, like shoot things in a line, make explosions, hit the entirety of the screen. You cannot quite do that with Yred. Is this the famous Discord self-promoting Diana with hat? Diana with hat. Diana with hat. No, no. Oh, Diana with hat. I get it now. Yeah, yeah. I am that person. Diana with hat because that's my profile picture on Twitch, right? Maybe I should change that profile picture. I wonder how many people have seen that picture and have been like, you know what? I don't like that picture. I don't think I'm gonna click on that channel. Yeah, Rift Wizard. Is Rocket still attacking enemies with a noodle? It's attacking enemies with a great mace, but Rocket's arms are kinda noodly, as you can see by that 1 damage. So yeah, that hasn't been fixed. I guess it's understandable. We should probably give it until stable release. I don't think that will make it to stable. Yep, yep. What does her hat say though? Her hat says, I don't remember. I really don't remember. I guess you can check the picture. Mm. You love Rift Wizard with limited spellbook, so nice. What is limited spellbook? Because I have only done one run of Rift Wizard so far. In fact, I haven't finished it yet. It got so late into the run, like I'm in floor, about to enter floor 18 in Rift Wizard. I know that it's 25 floors. I want to do the rest of it on stream and be like super clickbaity. Streamer is about to beat Rift Wizard on the first playthrough. And it's like my dream. I've always wanted to do that with a roguelike. Just jump into a roguelike, beat it in my first attempt, and I'm getting super close to that with Rift Wizard. Yeah, and I see that, or I have noticed that a lot of the things that I know from Crawl translate super well to Rift Wizard. You don't remember? You really don't remember? Guess you can check the picture. It's a really weird thing to write in a hat. I see. I agree with that. Please be patient. I have autism. Oh yeah, that's what I have on the hat on that picture. And yeah, that is the whole thing why I would guess that some people just look at the picture and think maybe this guy is like mocking people with autism and that's why they don't click. But no, in this case, like it's actually the reality. But I don't care. 80 percent spells at random, so it's sort of like Jin. You get a limited amount of spells passives to choose from, and then you try to win a game with what you get. Okay, so you don't get some spells when you launch that mode. Yeah, I'm playing just like the base mode because it's literally my first run. No challenges or anything. I know that the game has some challenges. Um, and yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised if what I'm doing is like super suboptimal. I guess tomorrow the people who have played Rift Wizard and have more experience than I do, will be able to tell me. But I feel powerful with that character. If you're on the Discord, you should check out or in my Discord, I mean, you should check out the pictures that I've been posting of the character. So you can see like what the current state of my character is and what it has when it comes to consumables and spells and skills. I feel like it's a pretty solid character. You're 11 hours into Rift Wizard and you think you've made it past 18 like twice. But to be fair, it's your first somewhat proper roguelike. Yeah, Rift Wizard is absolutely a roguelike. It is completely a roguelike. It is turn-based, tile-based, permadeath, and no meta progression is made by playing Rift Wizard. So it checks all the boxes for being a roguelike. Um, it does follow a different formula than most roguelikes. Like, for example, it's not like NetHack or Crawl where you find armor and you put it on your character, you find upgrades on the floor. Um, it is very weird. It is very weird, and I am enjoying it so much. Like it's been so good. I am very glad that I got the chance to play it, and I cannot believe that it took me so long. I should have gotten it way earlier because I'm having a blast with that game. Um, Sometimes I have that experience with games where I'm like playing the game and I'm enjoying it so much that I regret not experiencing the game earlier. Um, but at least I should be glad that I got to experience the game at all. Yes. Na, 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 na. So, let us play some Crawl. Yeah, sure, because that's what the stream is from, or that's what the stream is for, playing Crawl first and foremost. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, Saint Roca still hits with noodly arms. Hopefully, someone can buff Saint Roca's arms in the future. You really like it? It's what's making you finally be able to explore traditional roguelikes. Yes. You have played. Well, you were on the Crawl Discord, right? You should consider playing some Crawl. I hope that my gameplay helps you when it comes to Crawl, or at least entertains you. And yeah, like I love Crawl. Crawl is so good, and it's like such an amazing game. Um, I wish more people knew of it. Hopefully, with things like Noita and Rift Wizard getting kind of popular, maybe more people will get even deeper into the rabbit hole and like start exploring inspiration for those games. And I guess for Noita, NetHack would be like a huge inspiration. But for Rift Wizard, I can definitely see the inspiration being there for Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Noita's fun. Noita's really fun. What was the last thing that this character wanted to do? Have I done Orc? I did do Orc. I have not done the entirety of the dungeon. Original Risk of Rain was fun too. I think I have that. Do I have that? I can check that real quick. Library. We're gonna search for Risk of Rain. I do possess Risk of Rain 1. I remember seeing some Risk of Rain 2 and being like, that looks pretty bad. Like, I don't think I can actually play that because it looks pretty awful. Um, and then seeing that, well, Risk of Rain 2, right? There's gotta be a Risk of Rain 1. And Risk of Rain 1 is like 2D, so that looked much more palatable to me. 2 lost the charm of the first, I guess. But yeah, I have also never played Risk of Rain 1 or 2. Maybe well, I am not really interested in 2 because of how it looks. Also, I am very biased against 3D games, not gonna lie. It needs to be a game that really resonates with me and that doesn't look awful for me to want to play it if it's a 3D game. And that one didn't really do any of those things. You were saying that's how you felt about them. You're looking into it. For now, it doesn't call you too much. Looks too basic, stat checks based. But then you think some of these guys have their depth hidden behind knowledge. Yes. Crawl is very similar to to Rift Wizard, as I have mentioned before, because, for example, here we have an Hydra, and there's many ways for me to interact with this Hydra. Um, Being an Hydra and me being a character with an axe, I cannot quite swing my axe at the Hydra. But I also have 33 armor class, so it is unlikely for the Hydra to deal too much damage to me. And I do have a permanent ally wielding a great mace, and that has the ability to smite. So I could do many things, including just tanking for my ally to kill the Hydra. I don't think I'm gonna do that this time around. I think Ice Blast is gonna be the thing that I'm gonna do. You know what would be neat if? Oh, look at that! Saint Roca is doing some work on the Hydra. Okay. Yep. Of course. And Saint Roca has so much armor class as well that it didn't even take any damage. I wonder what it's like to be a Nork and see your prophet being a bound soul. That must be kind of shocking. Mm. That's why you're here, to see me play and see what my mind is going through and where the complexity is. There is a lot of complexity. We have another Hydra, but we already know how to deal with it with this character. Also, something I think I have mentioned it before, but things that I like about Kroll is that things that are dangerous for one character are not necessarily so dangerous for other characters. Like, for example, this character doesn't have that many issues with Hydras, despite the fact that I can't quite attack them. But for example, a low armor class, low HP mage would be very scared of an Hydra being within melee range if it cannot immediately get rid of it in one way or another. So yeah, like it really varies. Like the whole game varies between character and character. That's a pretty beast war or battle axe. Let's get rid of the shield. Drop. We had a buckler. Goodbye buckler, and we're gonna be using that from now on. I normally greatly enjoy using a shield with almost all of my characters, but I am a heal orc and I got a manual of axes. I cannot justify not using a big two-handed axe. I'm here just waiting for the executioner's axe. Let me ask you a question. Sure. I am very in favor of receiving questions regarding almost everything. No, doesn't even have to be crawl related. Although I think my best answers are when it's something crawl related. What do you think? What do you like about crawl and about roguelikes and crawl specifically? Like, what is the thing that you really like that really appeals to you? Well, crawl is always a challenge. That's the first thing, and it being always a challenge makes it be always replayable. Sure, sometimes you may not feel like playing Crawl, but if you want to play something like Crawl, Crawl doesn't get stale because it's always challenging. And that is just like not true for other single player games. Like, in fact, I think there's very few single player games that feel like all the like check marks that in the way that Crawl does. You heard him. Let's ask some politics-related questions. No, not those. Those no. Those would be bad for you. For you, it would be bad for you. So probably consider don't doing. Probably consider not doing it. Yes. Oh well, there it is. My executioner axe. I could grab that. The Scarf of Resistance is pretty good as well, but being a big strength character, I think I'm very likely to use gold scales by the end of the game, so a Scarf of Resistance wouldn't really be that necessary. I could also not use an Executioner's Axe. I mean, this battle axe is good enough to win the game with. Mm, yeah, I don't think I want the Scarf of Resistance. This character doesn't need it. Doesn't need that. In fact, it doesn't even need the chainmail of fire resistance. If I found cold resistance or pretty much anything else on the body armor, I would be very inclined to taking that. Oh, in fact, if I got Storm Dragon skills, I would be very happy to wear those as well. Maybe even Ice Dragon skills. Did anyone in the chat figure on their own that fighting Hydra with axe is a bad idea? You can do that. Also, that's something pretty neat about Crawl. I think I mentioned like the thing that appeals to me most about Crawl today, but if I was to to just be a new player, maybe with some experience in other roguelikes, jumping into Crawl today, like as a brand new player, I would be thrilled that you can do this to a monster. And the game tells you all that you need to know, and you don't have to look any spoilers or you don't really need any external help to understand the game. The game explains itself to you if you want to read about the game. All that you need to know is in the game. What the game doesn't tell you, however, is tactics and how to approach situations in ways that make those situations go well for you. That's where the fun is. And that's where like so much variety of playstyles exists in Crawl, because the way I do things, it may not be the way that other experienced players like Particle Face or Star Polemic or Shaper do it. Maybe they have their own different styles. So yeah, that's also what I like about Crawl a lot. That there's no like one optimal way to do things, unlike in other roguelikes, for example, like NetHack. In NetHack, there was the optimal way to do things. It was to literally hoard the entirety of the game and sell things to shopkeepers and use the scrolls to blank them and enchant your gear and get a wand of wishing because there's a guaranteed wand of wishing and get magic markers and recharge it and yada yada. I'm so done with that. And Crawl doesn't have that kind of formula. Crawl throws a bunch of things at you and you have to decide how to turn the things that the game gives you into a win. And more often than not, you can actually do it. Why exactly is it a bad idea? Oh, let me show you. Crawl also has a way to look up monsters, even if you're not seeing it. So Hydra. Okay. Hitting it with any bladed weapon bigger than a short blade risks lopping a head off and causing two more to grow in its place. The large claws, such as trolls, are long enough to do the same. Only a weapon branded with flame will cauterize the wound and prevent more heads from growing. So pretty much what that says is that if you attack it with a bladed weapon, you will make it more powerful and more dangerous to you. So you probably shouldn't do it. Yeah. I don't like Hydras too much because of that. Also, they are literally the only monster that cares about a bladed weapon, and I think that's like kind of weird. Maybe if a monster cares about you using a bladed weapon, maybe other monsters should care about you using like a pokey weapon or like a bashy weapon, but there's like nothing like that in the game yet. Maybe there will be one of these days. But yeah, you do like that about roguelikes? Ooh, not all roguelikes do it. Yeah, in fact, like the fact that Rift Wizard shows you that information is like a pretty clear example that Rift Wizard is heavily inspired on Crawl. Because Crawl gives you that, and Rift Wizard like also gives you that. But there's games like NetHack that don't give you anything remotely close to that. Like that kind of game is kind of designed to be as obscure as it can for the player or give you like incomplete information. For example, it happens a lot in Noita. Noita throws a bunch of numbers at you, but fails to do things as simple as, hey, this spell can hurt you. Maybe it should be obvious on some spells like Nuke, but on some other spells it's not so obvious, and you can end up getting killed by them. So yeah, like it is like different between roguelike and roguelike. I personally would prefer it if the game all games showed you all the information that you really need to play the game instead of forcing you pretty much to look it up in a wiki or like bash your head against the wall with trial and error. But that's just me. You know what? You may stop watching stream because the way you're showing you think like the ideal way to play this for the first time you would be like in the dark late at night looking up everything on your own, learning things gradually on your own, read a lot and then look back and nothing sun is rising. You kind of just described my experience with Crawl when I was like 16 and when I was first learning the game. Except that for me, it was way back then when the game was like very primitive. I guess we can put it like that. And so it didn't really have many of the features that now make the game more fair. Um, from the point where I started the game until today, like from back then until today, the game has gotten more fair and more hard, more difficult, harder, I guess. So I think that's the ideal way to design a roguelike, to just like, instead of having haha gotcha moments like in other roguelikes, present all the information that the player needs and let the player make mistakes and get killed and then be like, okay, that was kind of my fault, instead of like, oh, come on, I didn't know that could happen, and then be mad at the game instead of being mad at themselves for misplaying. I guess you shouldn't really even be mad anyway. After all, it's a game. But yeah, like the Hydra thing is cool, but do you think learning this kind of stuff on your own and dying to it is fun? You might enjoy NetHack if you think that. NetHack is comprised almost entirely of that. So yeah, NetHack might be to your liking. Anyway, this is an early game character. Well, we are about to enter the mid game, but it is a heal orc, so it is pretty ridiculously powerful. We have pretty much our end game weapon already in the form of that battle axe. We have very good armor class. We also have amazing defenses at a point in the game where it's so early that having these things don't really matter, but later on they will. And I already have them, so that's like one less worry for my character. Do not be mad after you lose a character. Yes, that's important. Don't be mad after you lose a character. Unless you want to be mad, of course. But I personally don't enjoy being mad at games. I try my best to not being mad at games. Ooh, look at that! I didn't know, but the bound soul sea is invisible. No wonder the unseen horror that I was fighting there got destroyed so easily. And yeah, I would be very surprised if this character didn't end in a win, with how powerful it already is. Um, Also, I guess I could drain life here and heal to full HP. Nah, doesn't matter. Wow, that's a lot of sumbos. Hmm. It seems to me that the more the game progresses, the more easily you get to the 6 pips of piety. Maybe it was tweaked between yesterday and today, but most likely I just got later into the game, and so the zombies that I'm getting from Yred are worth more piety, because they have a higher hit dice. You're a roguelite player anyway. If you got mad from dying in games, oh boy. Some roguelites make you super mad from dying in them. I know that I got mad in from playing Spelunky. That's why I haven't like first when it comes to Spelunky, I played a little bit of it. Um, like 4 hours of Spelunky. I don't like platformers that much, and that thing is a platformer that instantly kills you if you fail to platform. So I don't know. That it was really not my kind of game. Your favorite genres are MOBAs, roguelites, battle royale. Would suffer a lot if you got mad from dying. How long does a crawl run last on average? My runs take very long because I only play on stream and because I give very detailed commentary. Also, sometimes I just like go off the rails and I start pretty much wasting time just talking about things that are not necessarily related to the game, as it has happened on this stream already. Sorry for that. If you're uncomfortable, if you are annoyed by that, sorry for that. It's not my intention. But my runs usually last like between 5 and 7 hours. Yes, depending on the power of the character, because a very strong, very simple melee character like a Minotaur would take me much shorter than that. Like, I think I've won Minotaurs on stream in like 3 hours. In fact, I think my first character in the last tournament of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup took me 3 hours. Maybe even less than that, short or closer to 3 hours. I started the tournament and I won my character and I uploaded it to YouTube almost immediately. You've streamed a bit in the past and you too love talking a lot to people on stream. That's the fun of it. Tournament, how do tournaments for this go? They last for 2 weeks and they have different things that you can do in the tournament to earn points. You can also team up and you get like a team score and an individual score. Let me show you the page, the tournament page from last tournament. Let's see what we got here. Okay, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. This is my tournament overview from the 0.27 tournament. Um, as you can see in that tournament, I won 7 characters. Yeah, pretty fun tournament. I didn't play that many spellcasters. I definitely should have played more spellcasters. And I ranked in 51st place. And like if you click on that page a bit, you will probably be able to figure out how that works. Curious how points are earned in the first place. Yeah, there's a bunch of things that you can do in a crawl tournament to earn points. Where's my Saint Roca? Yeah, come over here. Okay. This character is so powerful that I don't really need to worry about any one of these guys. If I see something dangerous, like a wizard, in fact, we fought a wizard before, and that would have been a pretty bad thing because I could have gotten banished, but I kind of just stabbed it, and it was not really an issue. But that was just me getting lucky. I mean, this character has been extremely lucky. With the battle axe that I just got and the fact that I got that awful orc ending if you don't have willpower, like the one that's full of orc sorcerers and ogre mages, um, and I just was able to beat them all without ever getting banished. That was like a pretty good thing. Mm. But yeah, I'm still. Oh, well, talking about lucky, storm skills. I think I should just enchant those and use them for the rest of the game. I thought that it was gonna take me much longer to get storm skills, but here they are, and those give me resistance to electricity. So literally, with the character as it is, I can kind of win the game, except that I still have to go through the motions of winning the game in the first place, like getting 3 runes, getting to a higher experience level, to get more HP, to not die in like 2 turns. But like the resistances and the gear is already amazing. Oh yeah, I got this scroll of acquirement. I guess I'm gonna get the Executioner's Axe because why not? I can enchant it to +9. Okay. Um, Identify the gen. We're gonna drop that. Invisibility and attraction. Okay. I still have some scrolls that I have yet to identify, but I already found acquirement, which is kind of the thing that I really wanted to get from a scroll. So I don't think there's much value in reading those. I'm just gonna wait until I find scrolls of identify. Also, I don't need the power spike that would come from potentially finding those fancy scrolls. Dark bargain. Yred has nowhere to place a servant. That's a pretty funny message. Okay. Unfortunately, that slime creature is too big. These meld and they become larger and therefore deal more damage. As you can see, this one hits for up to 88 damage with a 3 in 4 chance to hit me, so that's pretty bad. As opposed to a small one that only hits for 22 or up to 22 in the first place. All right. Dun, 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 dun. I would lose all my zombies if I retreat. Okay, never mind. Revealing all those zombies allows me to drain life. So I think I can just fight here. That's fine. I can do it again. If it hits me and it deals like a lot of damage, I can always drain life. I'm pretty much healed to full HP. A spectral slime creature. Wow, that's pretty lame. If you kill a normal slime creature, it gets you a normal slime creature. That shouldn't work. Like that, I mean. Do you have any basic tips for new players? Not regarding the game itself, more like commands, shortcuts. It's a good thing that you ask because one of my viewers, Shaper, also like let me know that maybe it would be a good idea for me to let people know about this feature. So if you press this key while you're playing the game, if you press this key, it gives you this message. It says character dump successfully. If you're playing online, you're gonna get a message in the client thingy. You can kind of see it there in my overlay. I don't play tiles; I play consoles, so you can get that, and that thing lets you see something like this. Um, Yep. If you click on that, that's pretty much a character overview of my current character. Um, so you can share it with people if you need advice on how to progress through the game or feedback on how you're building your character. Um, Also, when it comes to commands, also use the X command. If you press the X key, it gives you like a cursor that you can move around. And if you press the B key when you're like hovering over a monster, you can see it there. Press B to describe. You can press that, and it describes the thing. That's very important to remember. Do that every time you see something that you're not sure how to approach. So at least even if you end up dying because you underestimated it, at least you knew how to deal with that. And it's just like a trial and error thing or something. That's my recommendation. Also, I guess there's many more commands like capital G gives you a menu that you can go to a certain branch and to a specific level. Control F gives you a menu to search for, I don't know, let's say that I want enchant weapon, and I do. Um, but I think I want enchant armor a bit more. So it gives me all the enchant armor that has ever generated in the game that I know of, and it gives me the ability to just like immediately go to it. And here we are. I'm gonna buy these. I'm gonna also buy these because I have the money to do so, I think. I should eventually buy that brand weapon to put it on the Executioner's Axe. Enchant armor on. You know what? I think I'm gonna hold on to it. I don't think I need to enchant anything immediately. But chances are good that I'm just gonna fully enchant that set of storm skills because they're good enough for me to win the game. Important question before you go quiet for a bit. To play, are you supposed to click on Trunk, Big Roll, Big Carden, or 0.27? Thank you for asking that. Trunk is the newest version, kind of. It's like the version that literally gets updated on a daily basis with new things or changes or bug fixes. 0.27 is the newest stable version. That one doesn't get updated on a daily basis. It's kind of set in stone unless there is like a game-breaking bug fix that needs to be addressed. Um, and the other two, Big Crawl and Big Cardren, are forks of the main game. The main game being Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. So those people were like, you know what, I can do that, but I can do it with like funny things. So like Big Crawl and Big Cardren have very different things that don't quite apply to normal crawl, but the game is still kind of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. You can think of them as Noita mods. If you have ever played Noita, you can think of them as like Noita mods with new spells and new enemies and crazy things like that. But it's not quite the vanilla experience that most people will be familiar with. Mm. Oh yeah, also RC file. It's important for you to edit your RC file. In fact, I guess we can do that right now. I don't know how to do it in Tiles. I think you get like a menu that lets you edit it really easily. But in console, you can do. Let me show you real quick. Yeah, this is how it looks. How the game looks like to me. Um, I can press edit options. Um, edit options and it gives me like this little menu where I can add things to my RC file. You can add the entirety of RC files of other people if the file exists in the server. For example, here I have the RC file for my main account, so I don't have to copy the entire thing. It just sees what I have in the main account and it applies it. And then I have like a couple more lines that I have been too lazy to add to my main account. But yeah, anyway, that's how you edit RC files, I guess. In console, at least, you just go to the options and add things. My recommendation would be to copy the RC file of a more seasoned player. For example, my RC file has like a feature that I think is very important and that I have no idea why it doesn't come with the base game, and that is the option to. Okay, since I started the game like a half an hour ago, it already got updated. Funny. And that is the option to like give you the amount of damage that you took in a turn. Like for example, right here you can see it. You take 2 damage and have X amount of HP. That is not part of the main game, but that is an option that I have in my RC file. What is the RC file? It's like a set of options. It's a file, a text file that you can edit and add lines of text to it to change some options in the game. And why you should edit anything? Because you want to change the options. So yeah, as I mentioned, my recommendation is really to just copy an RC file for a more seasoned player because it might have things that you may be interested in having. You don't know if I have ever played a mod, but you play the mod and it reminds you of adding text to it. The RC file, kind of. I mean, mods were kind of console-based things. But yeah, okay. Web tiles got messed up. Let's fix it. All right. Okay, no enchant weapons for my character, but it's okay because it's very early in the game. Why am I carrying 3 rings of ice? Let's drop all 3 of them. I don't need that kind of thing in my character's inventory. Same goes for the protection from fire and the acrobat. And let us continue with some murdering of the dungeon. Yep, I've been very excited for my Rift Wizarding. I've been enjoying the game so much. Yeah, I will definitely stream the game. It's just not something that I want to do to replace Scroll. If I ever streamed any games that are not Scroll, it would be before Crawl. Because after Crawl, I'm like too tired already. It's like midnight when I end my streams. I see you in the roguelikes Discord, Vanish, for the IRC file. Yeah, I hope that you get someone to share their RC file with you. My RC file, I think, is pretty good. It does have some things that are kind of outdated, but it is definitely functional. Okay, I'm getting kind of destroyed here. These skeletal warriors definitely hit me really hard. And we have some rather scary things like this ghoul and this boulder beetle running towards me. Maybe it would be a good idea for me to leave that level. Let me also recall my ally to not have it die down there. So yeah, it feels so flavorful that I am an orc and I am running around with Saint Roca, because Saint Roca is supposed to be kind of like the messiah of the orcs. Okay, those stairs don't really work for me. Oh, is this broken again? The stairs? No. Okay, I'm doing something. Yeah, there we go. That's the correct thing. The correct key to press. Aha, that was my bad. Okay, this seems alright. This seems like a more easy way to enter the level. Ooh, Saint Rock invokes the aid of Yred against something. That's a pretty spicy line of text. Wow, it's just smiting the boulder beetle like crazy. Wait, if you just make your RC file include mine and nothing else, it will give you the entirety of my RC file. So yeah, you don't have to copy anything if you do that. However, you are bound to me making changes in that RC file, including changes that you may not need or want. So I guess it all depends. I just have it in this account because it's literally like my RC file and I am in control of both the accounts. So I'm in complete control, you know? Okay, drain life because I got pretty hurt there. We're gonna shoop everyone, and that healed me a lot because that's what that does. You don't know the game, so you'll do it and you'll trust me. It's fine. Thank you for the confidence. I just barely touch it nowadays, so yeah. I guess that will be a good placeholder thingy. But yeah, that kind of thing really increases your quality of life when it comes to crawl, and there's so many improvements that could be done to the base RC file, but I don't know. The development team doesn't quite agree with me in that regard. I've mentioned in the past that I think there could be like many things that could be added to the base RC file for a better player experience for a new player, but no. When you understand the game better and what you need, you'll make your own. Yes, the way to make an RC file is more often than not just grab bits and pieces from other people's RC files, and you will end up with something that's kind of your own. It is very funny because that's also like the design philosophy for Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Mm, okay. Yep, that's the entrance to the depths. A fire dragon and a nice dragon. Pretty classic one. But we can kill these very easily because my character is incredibly resistant already to fire and cold. Well, it's not so resistant to cold, but it is resistant enough for those guys to not be an issue. Pretty easy D15. Now, there's a significant difficulty increase going into the mid game. Um, we have Swamp and Spider. Ooh, those are not the easiest ones in the world. At least I have poison resistance for Spider. Hmm. Oh, I'm already out of manual. I should probably turn that off. I think I'm gonna train some dodging because why not? It's rather cheap. And let's go do a Spider. If it gets too bad, I guess I can always get out. Hmm. Okay. Are these guys still... Okay, yeah. There's some changes planned for Spider, but they don't seem to be in the game yet. And for that I am grateful because the changes look not too much to my liking, not gonna lie. If ideally I would just prefer a spider to not be a thing that exists in this game. I'm really not a fan of spider and all the spiders that it has, and how hard they hit and how fast they are and how they just jump on the screen um, and the fact that you're pretty much forced to fight surrounded by them, that's also like not too much to my liking. And new Spider is gonna be worse in those regards. So yeah, you like Spider, lol. What makes you like Spider? I assume that it's one of those situations where someone likes something for the same reasons that I dislike it. I should drop that holy word. Yeah, Yred hates Holy Ward and Holy Wrath and any effects that deal extra damage to undead like that, except for Dispel Undead. I think Yred doesn't particularly care about Dispel Undead. Um, okay, where's Saint Roca? I'm starting to get nervous. Yeah, don't go too far away from me, Saint Roca. I don't want you to accidentally die wandering off on your own. That would be pretty underwhelming. Never mind, not going quite yet. Going to spend the next 10 hours reading tables of aptitudes. Okay. Let me improve your quality of life real quick. You are on the Roguelikes Discord, right? I am about to ping you there in a different channel. So we have this wonderful thing called bot commands. Okay. So I already pinged you, and now take a look at this. Apt OG, for example. Okay, so if you type exclamation point apt and then like the abbreviation of the species, OG being for ogre, you get the aptitudes, the entirety of the aptitudes. And that's like so much easier to read than the thing that's in the game. I think there should be a better way for the game to show you the aptitudes of something instead of what it has now. But I don't have any good ideas on how to fix that. It does tend to be open, which you like, but you guess the overall theme is just to your liking, the different spiders, the different abilities. Yeah, many of the things that the spiders do are just things that I don't like. I don't like the fact that, for example, the jumping spiders ensnare you and jump away, and then like they all synergize too well together. Um, but I don't know. I like Spider when I'm using Toxic Radiance and Noxious Bog because I can kill those spiders really easily. Things mesh fairly interesting. The spiders to debuff you and crawlers to hit you really hard. Yeah, and the Emperor Scorpions and Ghost Moths. I don't know. When it comes to the lore branches, I think that Spider really is like the one that I like the least. And probably the one that I like the most is maybe Shoals. Shoals does have the variety, or rather, it adds some spice to the challenge with merfolk just swimming in water, and you fumbling attacks if you're in shallow water, with strong ranged threats as well in the form of aquamancers and javelineers, and also the possibility to get some very spicy loot in the form of demon tridents. Mm, yeah, those are all things that I like about shows, and they don't really exist in Spider. In Spider is just like a bunch of very dangerous monsters and open space. I guess most their branches, except maybe for Snake, have the open space feeling to them. In Snake, like the layout is relatively normal, and you can kind of fight in in a controlled environment, and that is just not true for any of the other ones. Am I going to become confused any second now? Wow, it already lasted like 20 turns or something. Well, not quite, but it did last for what felt like forever. I wonder how much invocation do I need to start getting bone dragons from Dark Harvest. Yeah, not that I'm gonna need any at this point in the game. Like I think I'm powerful enough to just like be able to ignore the fact that I am with Yred Null. Um, so yeah, after this Dread potential win, I don't think I'm gonna be playing a lot of Dread in the future. What do the what do the um asterisks? That's what they're called. On the bot thing you mean, by the way? Yes, asterisks. I don't know. Oh yeah, that asterisk. It means that the species has the worst aptitude out of all the species that exist in the game. In a similar way, the exclamation mark means that the species has the best aptitude out of all the species that exist in the game. Um, that is kind of worthless ever since null was introduced, and I think the asterisk or the exclamation signs should appear on species that are not null, because null just has +9 and +8 everything. Mm. Hard ice cave. That's pretty interesting. So, in case you didn't know, ice caves can generate here now, and they can be pretty difficult well, they have always been able to generate here. But this version of the ice cave, the ones that spawn in the lair branches, are much harder and much more dangerous, with some very spicy things that we can find. For example, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw ice fiends and short strikes from doing that ice cave. In fact, I probably should read magic mapping so I don't miss it, because it can also have some really amazing things, like a cloak of cold resistance, literally an item that you cannot get anywhere else. You think you're gonna go for debuff and get one shot and cry yourself to sleep? You know what? Understandable. My experience as a new player was play what people told me was good, which was back then Deep Dwarf Earth Elementalist. Um, and then play Spriggan Enchanter, because people always also told me that that was good. And then play something that I actually wanted to try on my own, which was Deep Elf Fire Elementalist, I think. And I just became so enthralled with Deep Elf because they were very glass cannony. So I got the enjoyment of being truly like ridiculously powerful, but also truly fragile. If that doesn't sound too appealing to you, you should try an Ogre Spellcaster instead, because the Ogre Spellcasters still get the ability to cast spells, and they can do so pretty well, but they don't have that fragility that comes alongside Deep Elves. So they are kind of like a nice compromise between a very powerful spellcaster and a very fragile spellcaster. Mm. No spells though on that. Mid-Turn Berserker is recommended a lot, and it's very straightforward. Yeah, I think when I started, people kind of recommended Mountain Dwarf Berserker too. It took me a while for me to get a Berserker win. I remember that my first best character was something like what is it called? I was a troll berserker. I was so happy with my early game troll scales, or not troll scales, sorry, with my early game gold scales with that troll. and I found Luis, and I started stabbing Luis, and Luis sent me to the abyss, and I died. And ever since then, I learned to respect a monster's advantage, and I assume it will also happen to you because now you are a new player. So enjoy that, embrace it, and do try to learn lessons from what kills you in this game, because that's a way to truly learn how to get better at it. I got confused again. It does probably not good idea for starters, but it's the kind of playstyle you usually go for in other games. To be glass cannony, yeah, it's fun. It's fun. The other day I played a glass cannon deep elf. I think I maybe put it on YouTube. I have many runs on YouTube. In fact, I do know for sure that I on YouTube I have a run with a deep elf where I never attacked in melee. Or rather, I think I attacked in melee like once or twice, but I never trained my melee or anything. It was pretty nice. Deep Elf Ice Elementalist is pretty good. Um, yeah, it's a pretty good combination, in my opinion. Okay, I think I'm just gonna wait out the confusion, because you can drink Curing to get rid of it, but I don't think I care too much to do so. Um, okay, I feel like it lasts for forever, the confusion. That's what happens when you don't have a shield. Patiently waiting for Hexer? If I am patiently waiting for Hexes to be good. That's all I can say. Okay, we go into the ice cave. So we immediately see a Minotaur Simulacrum. It doesn't hit that, well, it doesn't have that much HP, but it hits really hard. That's what I meant. Um, Making macros is used for spellcasters, unless it changed. Should kickstart you in that direction. Yeah, you can press Control D. Um, Control D, so to get this menu, and you might also enjoy the usage of this menu. As you can see, I have some macros. They don't really get cleared, but I also don't really use them a lot, so they don't really affect me. And like everything that starts with a C is like a macro for a spell. And of course, the spell depends on what I have in the second key, like Q, B, N. This character doesn't cast any spells, so I'm not really using those macros with this character. But it might be helpful to you. Lochna. Oh, Lochna. Yeah. Spinder likes their emotes. Emotes are pretty nice. I know that emotes are what motivated me to like really get into streaming in the first place. Mm, yeah. Okay, we here we have a Obsidian Statue. We can get rid of it really easily because very powerful melee character. Really, like +8 battle axe of freezing before starting the mid game. That was so crazy. Control D noted. You're still looking at how to even walk. Haha. Oh, you can walk. Do you know about the best keys in the game? The best key in the game is O. You press it and it auto travels you until you find a monster to fight. So it removes like the annoying exploration part of the game, and it leaves you with the very cool part that is the fighting. And the other best key in the game is Staff. Staff makes you attack automatically whatever it's closest to you with your melee weapon. Um, there's also a third best key now, and that would be P for default settings, and that makes you use whatever is on your quiver. So you can see here that I have like a weapon, right? My weapon is my battle axe of freezing, and below that I have something in the quiver, a wand of charming. I can do this. I can press these two. I can press these, and they make me change what I have on the quiver. You can also press capital Q and like select it manually, and I can even like check my inventory for something that I shouldn't throw to put it on the quiver. It's really funny. You can quiver something like a scroll of identify, and it makes you read the scroll of identify. Okay, I didn't know about that. I was expecting it to toss it without any effect, but now we know. Okay, let's see something for real that I wouldn't be able to use. Hmm. I guess I don't have anything. Maybe the Executioner's Axe. Yeah, does no damage. That's what you get if you quiver something that's like really, really useless. But if you quiver something good, like you can just spam it in the same way that you spam the auto attack. And that's like a pretty neat thing. That's very recent of a feature, and I like it a lot. It definitely is quite convenient for spellcasters to have something on the quiver. Um, this character doesn't really make too much use of the quiver, but with a spellcaster, like I would love to quiver something along the lines of Scorch or like a low-level spell that's powerful, but that's also cheap, so I can like spam it and not run out of mana. Wish you could throw weapons like daggers, etc. That's a very NetHack thing. In fact, I remember that the wizard's way to play the game was to first get good at throwing daggers and then later on start casting spells. Oh, NetHack was such a weird game. Mm-hmm. Well, not walk, but basic commands in general. Looking at those, okay, yeah, there's a lot of commands in this game. Uh, Here we have an Ice Fiend, and unfortunately, this thing is really dangerous. Hits really, really, really hard. With the Bolt of Cold, with its melee damage, and it also has Symbol of Torment. So I need to approach this fight well. Like, I need to approach it properly, otherwise things might go really bad for me. Um, yeah, this is not an easy fight for me to take with this character. I would say that this character is definitely not well equipped for dealing with an Ice Fiend. If I drink Potion of 3, that makes me immune to the Torment, but it also makes me unable to dodge Bolts of Cold, and those kinda hurt a lot. I fortunately don't get my Cold Resistance melded. It comes from that amazing ring. Um, but I don't know what I should do. Maybe Tree Form. Maybe the correct thing to do was to not wait here and instead wait somewhere here to like have it be next to me when it does appear on the screen. Hmm. You faced two Ice Fiends with 3 pips of cold resistance and you still died. Oh yeah, Ice Fiends are like so dangerous. Fortunately, it's only one this time around. But there's that one ice cave with 2 of them, and it's like messed up. And there we go. Like we're starting to get tormented. NetHack was your only roguelike for years, you remember. So when you first started playing any tactic roguelike, you died immediately, lol. You still have no idea how you force yourself to learn it. Hmm. Learn NetHack or learn crawl? Because yeah, NetHack was pain. Or rather, I guess that doesn't properly explain my feelings on NetHack. I enjoyed NetHack, but I enjoyed the experience of learning NetHack. Once you know NetHack, NetHack rewards you for knowing how to beat it with pure boredom. Like I think that's just how it is. Um, so once you properly know how to play the game, it's either impose like challenges yourself or just like get bored and mad at the game. And for me, it was the latter. I just didn't want to continue playing after a certain point. Um, so yeah, this is kind of not good. I probably should read a scroll of blinking here. Yeah, I am gonna read blinking. I'm gonna blink over here. Those are like the best consumable that exists in the game, so you cannot really use them lightly, but I can die really fast in that situation. Um, okay, I can probably wait here. That had really annoyed you after Castle because Jenna was awful. Yes, yes, that's exactly my feeling. Like, even back then, before I got so tired of NetHack, I thought that the game really like ended at Castle because the rest of the game is just like going through the motions of just going down and getting the amulet of gender and the things. You know how it is with NetHack. There's so many things that you have to do that I don't even remember anymore. But yeah, unfortunately, like the whole other rest of the game is like pretty lame. What's the key to examining something again? You press X and it gives you this cursor. So you move the cursor and you press B and it gives you whatever you want to examine. So here we have an Ice Fiend, a huge frigid demon covered in frost and wreathed in freezing air. It is one of the most terrible denizens of the many hells. This guy is dangerous. You think you crashed the game somehow, Lamau? Did you? Hmm. What do you mean by that? Did you get a message? Because when you crash the game, you get a message. Um, Regardless, I don't know how I'm gonna deal with this Ice Fiend. You just can't do anything. Mash escape. If you mash escape, it's gonna make you be able to move again or like do things. Um, so yeah, this is not good. This is pretty bad actually. I think I'm gonna reform. Do I have Circ? Because Circ would be good here. I have Circ. Okay. Reform. That's fine. Now Circ. Mashing escape did not work. Um, and you still have internet. What server are you playing on? Because some servers have like connectivity issues. Okay, I'm searching here for the HP. I need you to get over here. Okay, thank you for getting over here, Mr. Ice Fiend. It would have been very scary to have to fight the Ice Fiend while slowed in reform. France, should you play on Germany instead of EU? For EU? There's a French server. Well, I guess it's like the Shtawa server. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. You're not French, but you're playing on the France one. The France one might be good. I have no experience with the European servers because I'm in Mexico, so I play on a server in the US. The closest to you? Yeah, if it doesn't work too well for you, the French server, maybe there's like a couple of European servers that you could try. Oh, this guy's immune to cold, right? Oh, it's only resistant to cold? Come on, it's a nice fiend. It should be immune. Learning new roguelikes is so much smoother after, though. Brogue and Infra Arcana in particular were very smooth. Maybe it's just NetHack that hasn't changed in decades. Yes, I enjoy my Crawl a lot. Crawl makes me really happy. What did we get here? Plate of Cold Resistance. That's no, I might carry it around, but I don't think I'm gonna use it too much. Oh, second Ice Fiend. Okay. I think I can reform and just like fight it like that. I'm gonna shout for it to get over here. Let me also drink Attraction, so it doesn't like stay around shooting me with Bolt of Cold after I reform. Okay, reform. The Bolt of Cold hits you but does no damage. Very convenient. Aha, hits me. Aha, okay, he's spamming the Bolt of Cold really hard. And there we go. Okay, and if you're wondering why reform, it makes you immune to Torment, and Torment is like the greatest damage output that Ice Fiends have against you. So yeah, that went pretty well. All right, dealing with two Ice Fiends. I didn't really get anything too good from here, but I didn't die, and that's a gain. I would have liked to get a cloak of cold resistance. I think it would have been a very nice thing for my character, but it's okay. You refresh and it's fine now. Sometimes you have to refresh. Gonna drop that and this, and gonna read this. Scroll of Summoning. Okay. Alright, Spider 4. And that is the reason why I didn't take off my my Storm Dragon skills, because this guy deals crazy electricity damage. Hello, Prince Cosmo. Good to see you around. Yeah, when it comes to learning new roguelikes after NetHack, I really only learned Crawl. I mean, there were other roguelikes that I tried in between NetHack and Crawl. I tried Dumarel. I tried a bit of Brogue. I never really learned Brogue. I guess it helps that there were not many online resources for that game. I know that I used all the spoilers that you can use for my NetHack experience. And in fact, to this day, I think that winning NetHack without any spoilers is like a fool's rant. Like, you actually can't do it. And you probably shouldn't even attempt to do so because it's not gonna go well. Hello, Cali Commuter. Good to see you around. Party hat. Is that like a year's end emote? Might have to use it. Pretty good emote. Um, what do we train now? More invocations? I don't know. It feels like I'm not really using Dark Harvest. Maybe I should use that more. I'm just gonna turn on fighting for the rest of the game and in invocations as well. Yep. All right. And there you saw that the Spark was dealing crazy damage to me despite the fact that I had cold resistance. Like they're really ridiculous enemies. They have weaknesses, but it's just that this character is not like well equipped to deal with those or to exploit those weaknesses. It just kind of has to press stuff and hope that it works well. Okay, this is the final level of the branch, and the rune should be here. So fingers crossed for. Oh, this is actually the end bolt. It should be fine. Yeah, because my character is very powerful. Maybe Dark Bargain. And again, we got a ghoul. Okay. Yep. The character is just too strong for this point in the game. Normally my characters are not this powerful. Sometimes I struggle quite hard, but with this character, I don't know, something makes me think that it's not going to be the case. It's pretty funny because it has to be the character that is already like pretty powerful from the species. Hilork is a crazy powerful species because the aptitudes are amazing. That gets also like crazy gear. So here we are. I'm gonna drain life here. Drain life. Uh-huh. Huh. I drained life and I ended up with less HP. Surprising. Maybe drain life again. There we go. That's more like it. Yeah, the drain life experience is you getting a million HP back. Is more armor not helpful after 15? It is helpful. Armor gets helpful all the way through. You can have 27 armor and like it will be helpful. It's just that at this point maybe I want to get more fighting first because I feel fighting would be slightly more impactful. I'm also training invocations as well because I kind of want to get the Yred invocations title, ghouls. Yeah, ghouls are pretty neat. Um, Unlike NetHack ghouls, these guys are so beefy and they hit so hard. Pretty good as an ally. Maybe not a permanent ally, but an ally. Profane servitors are still better though, and bone dragons as well. Yeah, I think at some point I'm gonna turn on armor and dodging, and in fact I think I could just do it right now, but nah. NetHack ghouls can paralyze you? Can they? I don't remember. It's been a while. Can they paralyze you? In this game, very few monsters can paralyze, and actually, monsters that can paralyze you in melee range, there's only like one of them. Like the hornets can. Um, yeah, it can sting to poison and cause paralysis or slowing if any damage is dealt. I'm out of mana because there's a ghost moth here. Okay, and I don't have an experience evocable. Um, mm, hmm. There's many ways that I could approach this situation. I could just continue fighting. It would be kind of annoying because these zombies are about to die and I'm out of mana. With mana, I would probably cash in some zombies for Dark Bargain and get some temporary allies. But since I don't have any of those things, I'm gonna use teleports. Also, I don't know where my Saint Roca spectral creature is. Gonna recall. Oh, I guess I don't have mana for recalling. Okay, there it is. Saint Roca the Bound Orc. I hope that before this playthrough ends, it deals more than one damage. Something hits Saint Roca times two. I guess it's fighting a Ghost Moth. Where is the ghost mod? Oh, there it is. Okay. It kind of did hurt my spectral ally. Well, I guess my bound soul a lot. Ghoul Species has kind of a weak early game if you pick him late though. The inhibited regen is so bad. Yes, the other day I was playing a ghoul. I think I did complete that playthrough, but it was pretty rough. Yeah, ghoul is definitely not my favorite species. It should be in a better spot. The stats are so bad, the aptitudes are so bad, and they also have like downsides. For a simple species, ghoul is kind of like the hardest simple species because of all the downsides that it has. Drain life. Okay, back to full HP. Sweet. You do have an axe, so you can just swing in a direction and take invisibility hit checks on the 180 degrees from the direction you swing. It actually hits the entirety of like the tiles that are surrounding you to attack with an axe. It's pretty powerful. Okay. Maybe, oh, if I had any mana, I would drain life here because I'm below 100 HP. You kind of need to know when you have to do things in order to get the most value out of them. Because Drain Life does deal a bunch of damage, but it also heals you for a lot. And I think healing you for a lot is more important than dealing a lot of damage. Yeah, it just hits everything surrounding you. It's crazy strong. Definitely ideal for fighting with allies. So that was it for Spider. Pretty quick and pretty easy. Normally it's not this easy. We didn't even find any uniques in Spider. Normally there's like Asterion and Arachne and Donald and Nicola, but no, nothing this time around. I guess we can probably go do bolts now. Yeah, we can go do bolts. So yeah, were you guys watching the Game Awards just out of curiosity? I was watching a little bit of it, and they announced a new character for the King of Fighters, a rework of a character that existed before that had like many copyright issues. It's pretty funny how they just had to completely redesign the character because of how much of a blatant thought property like robbery the character was before. Saint Roca. Yeah, I have Saint Roca the spectral the bound soul because I found Saint Roca in Nork 2 and I managed to get the kill. But were you here yesterday when I showed this? Like it hits for 1 damage because because zombie orcs and spectral orcs and things are bugged and it defaults them to like normal stats for an orc. Um, that's pretty dumb. It really should not be the case. Where do I live? I live in Mexico City. I've mentioned it several times. Yeah, it is not too personal because there's like literally more than 20 million people in Mexico City, so good luck finding me. That's just how I think about it. Um, but yeah, that's where I live, Mexico City. It's a pretty good place to live. Mm, Cloak of Preservation. I don't need the resistance to corrosion, but it is like buying 2 armor class because my current cloak is like +0, so I'm gonna get that. I only just realized that I have not found any willpower. Well, that is definitely going to be an issue very soon. This place is plagued with wizards, and wizards can send me to the abyss, and then I would have a bath time in the abyss. Not that much of a bath time, but I would have a bath time for sure. Condenser Bane. When I have more money, I'll buy that. Mexico City is like one of the top 5 largest cities on the planet. Yes, very large place. Mm. When you mentioned King of Fighters, you thought, I wonder if he's Mexican. I am Mexican. I don't play King of Fighters. It really doesn't resonate that much with me. And I have a friend that like plays not a non-zero amount of King of Fighters, and he's always kind of telling me that, come on, you're Mexican, you can play King of Fighters. But no, I tried with 98 when it got rollback, and it's really not my thing. But maybe 15 will be different. Oh, by the way, hello, Wizard. Vanishment 38%. Please don't do it. Okay, I just one-shot the wizard with more than twice its maximum HP. Sure, we're not gonna complain about that. All right, looking pretty good. You haven't been in Mexico since the 90s. KOF inputs are too hard for you. They're pretty dumb. Some inputs in KOF, like the pretzel input. Why is that a thing? I play Guilty Gear and I have issues with this input, like that input. I have issues with that input so much. I generally just do a 360, but that like makes me jump, and sometimes that doesn't work. Um, Fortunately, on Strive, I play Ino, and Ino doesn't care if you jump for one of her supers. The other one does like kind of get ruined if you jump. So yeah, I'm always mad when I fail to super and I die. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish it was just like a double quarter circle, like it is in like almost all Street Fighter games. I started with Street Fighter, but then one day when I was like a teenager, and I was like fooling around in town without much to do, I saw someone playing Guilty Gear in an arcade, and I was like, wow, that looks pretty cool. So I tried it myself at a later day, and I put a coin in and like pick a character. I pick Soul, and I started pressing buttons and I was doing combos, right? Like, Gatlings in old Guilty Gear games. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. And like that immediately hooked me into Guilty Gear in a way that like other fighting games never really did, because Guilty Gear really does an excellent job making you feel like you're doing cool things when in reality you're not really doing cool things, but you feel like it's cool, and that's what really matters. Very basic question. You see people adjust on their character. What to learn first? What the hell is that hotkey for that? It's the M key, as Spin Dart said. You try to look for it way too long. Yeah, it's the M key. If you don't want to mess around with that menu, my recommendation would be for you to start a strong melee character that doesn't particularly care about micromanaging their skills. For example, this character would be exactly that, but I kind of do like micromanaging my skills, and it's not really an issue for me, so I just do it. Far Giant in this place, interesting. Drain life. Okay, we heal a bit. Drain Life is so good. Let me tell you that my experience with Yred like vastly changed from between yesterday and today. I feel like now I get all my piety with Yred in like 2 fights. Because I'm fighting rather high-level monsters now that we are in the mid game, and as such I have the ability to do whatever I want with Yred really quickly, and yeah, it's just getting much better. Any recommendations for percentages on Nice Mage? Hold on. Okay, so if you look at the bot command, I pinged something. I think that was one of the most important things I ever got to read when it came to getting good at this game. Yeah, make all your skilling decisions along the lines of what I put on the bot commands channel. Um, Drain life. Oh, I don't have enough zombies for drain life. Okay. You live in a place called Del Norte, but it isn't pronounced by locals anything at all like you would think of someone from Mexico, even if this place was originally named by Spanish. Del Norte. Are you from the US? Because it may have been like part of the territory that got annexed by the US back then. Noted. Yeah, very important to keep that in mind, because it really makes you have more powerful characters easier. Instead of, oh, I'm training 7 skills at a time and my character is trash, which is something that I have noticed a lot of people do in my experience watching people play this game. How do you kill people with spellcasting or ice magic more specifically? Cast spells. As a nice elementalist, you start with a book that has Freeze, also Kubus Armor, Frozen Ramparts, and Hailstorm. Those 4 spells, well, more like the first 3, are amazing. Hailstorm is okay. Hailstorm is kind of cumbersome to use, so I don't like it too much. But the first three are like great spells. In fact, Freeze is so powerful that you could use it against Orc Knights, and it would kill them. It's that powerful. Wow, this character takes so much damage. At least it deals so much damage, so the fights don't go for too long. And it does have regen, so it also doesn't take me too long to regen. Hence the name, at the top of the original Spanish California. Oh, the top of California. Oh, I see, like bordering a northern state of the US. I see, I see. Is there a lot of like fighting game community there, just like out of curiosity? Okay. You know, this character is really powerful. I can just mash staff. Oh no, I went into the Desolation Assault. I guess we can do it. I normally don't do it, but this time around we can try to do it. Because the character is that powerful. It also has all the resistances that I could possibly wish for when doing these awful plays. You hate this place. I generally don't do it. I almost never do it. But I guess we're gonna give it a try this time around. You did play Soul Calibur at your work during long shower. Interesting. That sounds like a pretty cool work environment, not gonna lie. Okay, what do you do? Resonant Strike. So that deals damage to you the more constructs there's around. Only beat it like one time, usually have to run away. Yeah, the way to do it is to like try to not get into a fight with many monsters at the same time. If you get into that situation, then you're like not gonna have a good time. I'm already not having a good time, by the way. You like the Desolation, to be honest? I think it's way too dangerous for the reward that it offers. Um, well, that's not good. I should probably leave now, because this guy will drop a bunch of guys on me unless I manage to one-shot it. Literally one-shot it with my next attack. And I don't know. I guess I'm gonna give it a try. I have two blinking 7 teleports. I think I could maybe make a getaway if things get too messed up. Okay. Wait, what is this? Is this like a sewer or an ice cave? It is like a sewer or an ice cave, but way later in the game. This is like the really hard version of a sewer or an ice cave. It is a portal vault, so it is like entirely optional, and it has good loot, but this one specifically is like way too much danger for what it offers, in my opinion. So I almost never do it. This is like a special occasion. If things get too bad, I can. In fact, I should probably just teleport right now because I'm surrounded by dangerous enemies. These guys suck. This guy sucks. Um, and this guy is mighty because the Convoker does that. At least it's not like the Myrmidon guys. Those are like probably the worst. You're not familiar with this bolt? It's really difficult. Also, these guys can, or no, where are the guys that can do that? The Racked Hierophants. Yeah, these guys can remove all the clouds. Oh no, never mind. It's the Servant of Whispers. Yeah, still wins. So it removes all clouds, preventing anything short of a polar vortex from breaking the calm. So polar vortex does beat the effect, but all other clouds just like disappear. So you don't get the option to hide yourself from the many enemies that you get to see. So yeah, this place is awful. It's really hard to do this place in a safe way. You usually get trapped and unable to fight in like a fair way. Do you know you have a scroll of acquirement? I do. It's kind of trash. I'm just holding onto it to see if I get a better helmet or something that I want to buy. Like whichever one of those happens first, I'm gonna get the other. But I don't need the power boost with this character because this character is already ridiculous. Oh, never mind. I have a +5 helmet. I completely forgot about the helmet. So in that case, I'm probably gonna grab the money, but not right now. You remember dying while greeting to get into a bazaar. Thoughts on Wizlabs? You get treasure in bazaar too. Oh, but Wizlabs are way more reasonable. This place is not reasonable in my opinion. Wizards and yeah, Wizlabs are pretty fun. So depending on the one that you get, you may get like some really nice things. Also, there's one Wizlab that I just don't do anymore, and that's the Hellbinder Wizard because it has Tormentors and Hellions, and like No, no. Tormentors and Hellions means like I'm not gonna do that. Um, so yeah, maybe I should haste. I do have a potion of experience. Maybe I should drink that. I'm gonna wait until I'm experience level 19, so I can go from 18 to 20 pretty much. Mm, do all of these guys see invisible? Of course they do. I guess the salt links don't. Hmm. The Cloud Mage Change versus Pain. The other day I did it and it didn't really feel so terrible to me. Um, are all of these guys fast? Okay, yeah, the constructs are fast. That's pretty awful. Maybe I should be fast myself. Oh, you have barbs? Okay, I think I have to kill you immediately. Okay, very careful because this guy has Resonance Strike, which deals a bunch of damage to me depending on how many of these guys are surrounding me. A blast of power from the earth strikes you for 1 damage that I proceeded to regenerate. Anyway, I landed in a pretty good spot. In this level, you want to be like hugging the corners or like hugging the wall so you don't get flanked out of nowhere by random horrible monsters. Okay, there we go. It took a lot of damage, but we can regen. And this bolt has plenty of rand darts and on-rand darts. In fact, I think I saw something like crystal something. Crystal Guardian. Okay, 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 okay. Where's the Crystal Guardian? No idea. Oh, there it is. Okay, this guy shoots you with Crystal Bolt that bounces on any wall and deals fire or cold damage. It's kind of random. So don't be in a position where it can multi-sap you, because that can deal a bunch of damage to you. Alright, this character deals so much damage. I don't understand it, how powerful, or how this character is so powerful. We have an evening starter, but this character really doesn't care about anything weapon related because it already has crazy good weapons. And that's part of the reason why I say that this place is too dangerous for the reward that it offers. Like, if I walked out of here with some like weapon or armor upgrades, I mean, I wouldn't complain about it, but I find it to be rather unlikely. Um, Deathcon Corn Maze? Okay, that's a bunch of enemies. Better wait for them to get over here. Okay. Looking pretty good. Yeah, I cannot wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna start like maybe 2 or 3 hours earlier than usual, and I'm gonna start with Rift Wizard. And we shall see if I can manage to get my first Rift Wizard win in my first attempt too. Yeah, as I have mentioned before, I've always wanted to do that with a roguelike. I thought that I was gonna do it with Tome, but then Tome betrayed me and revealed its true nature of an awful game. um, so yeah, but Rift Wizard seems amazing, and I'm really happy to continue playing it. You're done. You're thinking of the branch the tomb, and you remember it being one of the worst branches that stood in the way from getting a 15 rune win. I don't know what's dumb about that. I think that's something that I personally agree with too. Tomb is pretty awful. In general, I don't like to do Tomb because it can kill you from just trap generation. Like you can go downstairs and you can hit a trap and then be stuck in a situation that you literally can't survive. No, I think I'm gonna drop that. Yeah, a lot of randards, but also a lot of trash randards. So yeah, this place can be pretty bad. Fortunately, this character doesn't really have to fear too much about it. Now that I already killed like a non-zero amount of the monsters in this place, or like most of them, I guess I should say. But I checked all the loot and nothing, as I mentioned. So I would say that doing this place is pretty much a net negative because I did have to use a scroll of teleport and a potion of haste, and I didn't get anything good in return. Um, yeah, before I leave, let's check what we have here. And yeah, it is a bunch of trash, so we shall depart this place. Mm, and my thought still stands. Don't do this, in my opinion. Don't do the Desolation Assault because it's pretty bad. Do I have Saint Roca here? I guess Saint Roca will come back to me. No, never mind. Saint Roca is here. Mm, okay. Yeah, Tomb is awful. I haven't done Tomb mm, since the last tournament, since like July. And I didn't even complete the game with that character because I died in Doom. Mm, I have Silence. We're gonna silence Jody. Jody is pretty dangerous, but Silence Jody is not so dangerous, fortunately. I mean, it is still pretty dangerous because it hits really hard. Hits for 40 and bites for 15 to drain health. Um, but Jody without Silence has Crystal Spear and Mesmerize. Really dangerous foe. You lost two Formicids and that were melee builds with 14 runes before finally getting 15 rune clear with your third attempt. Both with Tomb. Yeah, that I don't do Tomb. That's my general recommendation. If you want to win the game, don't do Tomb. I got a high score actually, like a species high score. I had it for a couple of months on a character that didn't do Tomb. So I did 14 runes and it took me like 70,000 turns or something. Tomb is just crazy scary for 4-misset melee builds. At least you can't get slowed. But yeah, I don't think that you should be necessarily a melee character going for 15 runes because at that point you have so much experience just like laying there that might as well get some spells, and endgame spells is way more powerful than endgame melee. Like it's significantly more powerful. Mm. Let's get that money from the scroll of acquirement. Manual spellcasting doesn't appeal too much to this character because I'm not planning on casting any spells. I could, but I'm just not going to. Yeah, not with 8 intelligence. Okay. Auto traveling into Frederick, taking 85 damage. Yeah, that's normal. In fact, I wonder if I should replace my Saint Roca permanent ally with Frederick as a permanent ally because Frederick does have Crystal Spear and like crazy good spells, a lot of HP, a lot of willpower, I guess. Also, I don't think that bound allies care about willpower effects, but yeah, 3 dice of 30, Bolt of Cold, Iron Shot 3 dice of 36, Force Lance 3 dice of 32, and Spell Force Servitor. Like that seems like a pretty good permanent ally to take for the rest of the game. Um, gonna Oh man, the issue here is that I just auto traveled into taking 85 damage from Frederick. You could do some spell casting with that character, just not much because of Crystal Plate. Yeah. Learning this game reminds you of learning a mod for the first time. So many commands. Kroltos have a lot of commands. That's something that I applaud when it comes to Rift Wizard. It doesn't have like a kilometric list of commands. In general, I would say that the game is super simple. It's just like, here's a fight, win it or die. Um, and like, it's not really that difficult. I like it a lot. Um, but yeah, once you get used to the crawl commands, it's like not really an issue. Now, to be fair, I'm quite bad at this game. I see. Been there. Rift Wizard seems like the ideal roguelike for first timing. It really is. Um, I am a bit worried about Frederick. I think I should probably read the port just because I got hit so hard. Okay. Oh, Donald. Okay. Auto Well, teleporting into Donald, that's a bit of an issue. Donald is okay, but I don't want Donald as a permanent ally when this level has Frederick instead. That character was crazy lucky and absolutely broken gear. Crystal plus 15 crystal plate and plus 9 executioner stacks. Yeah, that's pretty good gear. Also, being a formicid lets you use anything that you get, including an executioner stacks. Mm. Yeah, anything that you get for the weapon slot. So normally you get like crazy good Laja tanks and things that are just not really usable because they are two-handed weapons. But for me, it doesn't care, and it can still use its shield alongside the very highly damaging two-handed weapon. Okay, Frederick. We're gonna recall allies. Something unseen opens the door. Summons a servant imbued with his destructive magic. I think the Spellforge Servitor casts Iron Shot. Phantom Mirror on Frederick. Oh no. Oh no, Frederick is moderately wounded. Maybe I'm gonna have to teleport again. Bind Soul, hopefully. Bind Soul, please. Frederick Soul is too badly injured. Come on, it's only moderately wounded. I'm gonna read another teleport because I really do want my Frederick ally. Okay. Yeah, I want that as my endgame ally. Mm. Saint Roca was neat, but Saint Roca only deals 1 damage. Frederick explodes people with Iron Shot. Drain life. Riff is good for an introduction. Brogue is just too hard to really be a first timer with some very vaguely spoilery strategies. Yeah, I never won Brogue. I gave it a try, and I think it's a pretty cool looking game, but I never really got too deep into it. Yeah. Also, I guess it helps that when I first tried Rogue, I was like spoiled by Crawl and like used to playing Crawl and just like resting to full HP after every fight, and that kind of thing doesn't really work in Brogue. Brogue is more like about not taking fights, and that's not too fun for me. Um, you can even see it in the way I play Crawl. I try to be as powerful as I can so I can like take as many fights as I want to take instead of having to run away from fights. Of course, it is always important to know when you can or when you should run away from a fight in this game, but in general, my preference is to not have to do so in the first place, whenever possible, that is. And that's why I like using shields and why I like having resistances and regen. Those are all things that help me not have to run away from fights. Um, how do you learn what a ring does? Press I, oh, that opens the inventory, and then go to where the ring is. Say we have this ring. So press the key of the ring, and it tells you exactly what it does. Just has a very vague description. Um, Seriously, what ring do you have? I'll tell you what it does. Oh, the vague description really is not a crawl thing. Surprising. Mm. It's possible to have the food spawn in a hidden room and you can miss out on it. Yeah, like Rogue is kind of unusual like that. Maybe that was um, a part of why I didn't really get too deep into it because I was taking so much damage and I was like not getting past D2 or D3, which by the way is really not an issue that I have encountered in Rift Wizard, of course. Because my first run and I am in floor 18, I really do think that I'm gonna end up winning that run. Who knows how, but I think I just stumbled into something that was like good enough for me to be able to win the game. Mm, okay. Where is Frederick? Oh no! That's Frederick. Oh, my undead allies kill Frederick. Come on, I wanted to have Frederick as a permanent ally. That's so lame. Did I take a look at the name of that halberd? Oily punishment. I don't know. I don't know if I want to know what the oily punishment is. And I also don't want to know why that is a halberd of Holy Wrath, but sure. A ring that protects his wearer from the effects of negative energy. Well, negative energy is a damage type in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. So, for example, a spectral slime creature, it hits you and it drains life. Draining life is negative energy. Both of draining is negative energy. The, yeah, like vampiric is also kind of negative energy, but it doesn't deal more damage to you. It just means that if you can resist negative energy, you don't give your enemy life for it, and the same applies to you. So that's what negative energy is. Yeah, it's such a shame that we lost the ability to have Frederick as a permanent ally. At least I have Saint Roca. Yeah, it's just a damage type. Yeah, I don't know why it's called Ring of Positive Energy instead of something more clear like Ring of Resistance to Negative Energy. Mm. At least you have your one damage mate. I guess so. Okay, Ogre Mage paralyzed 9%. Please don't do it. This character feels. Oh, it did it. Am I dead? I am not dead. I only got paralyzed for 2 turns. Good luck. Hello, Ripophalem. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. Um, Yeah, we're playing with Yred Remnul, and apart from some drain life, I haven't really been using a lot of the Yred Remnul's abilities. I'm gonna be training invocations to 27, not because of spell or not because of ability power reasons, but more like I want a cool title, pretty much. Let's see what the title is. Sculptor of Flesh. That's a sick title. I'm glad that I'm doing this. I wonder what I'm gonna get for 27. For 27 invocations. Broke has really cool traps and level generation. It's also like it's a very pretty game for a glyph based game. Yeah, I like how Crawl looks a lot. But the few that I played of Broke was like very memorable because of how pretty it was. Ah, almost died. Hey, you survived. That sounds good enough to me. Yes, in my opinion, if you survive a fight without using any consumables, you just like won the fight. If you have to use consumables, you kinda didn't win the fight, but you also didn't lose because you survived. It's just that you're gonna be pretty much permanently weaker because you have to use consumables, but at least you live to fight and maybe find more consumables. And then, of course, you can die for real, and then you definitely lost the fight. That's how I like to think about that. Hmm I am getting kind of spanked here. Okay, drain life. Okay, that's pretty good. You regain 94 HP. Okay, yeah, this Dreaded Null Drain Life thing is what I wanted to do with the Deep Dwarf, but unfortunately we didn't get to this point with the Deep Dwarf. It's just that Dread doesn't let you do this kind of thing in the early game. Like, even with this character, I wasn't doing that in the early game. Um, So yeah, I would say that this character is pretty entertaining now that we got out of the early game. But in the early game, like you shouldn't count on Jured to do anything funny for you, um, because it won't. Okay, I need to reveal more monsters so I can drain life. Okay, drain life. You regain 91 HP. I don't get tired of that drain life message. It really heals you so much. And that's something that Oldred Lemnul also did. I remember that last time I was playing with Jared Lemnul, I played a cat, and I was at rather low HP in slime, and I was like, oh no, what am I going to do now? And then I remembered that I was with Yred, and I just pressed the drain life button and I healed back to full HP. Healorc seems to have always been good. Healorc is always good. It's just really powerful. It is powerful because it has amazing aptitudes in fighting, axes, and invocations. It has very good aptitudes on armor and shields. It also even has like decent spellcasting aptitudes, +1 farm magic, 0 in conjurations, hexes, summonings, and necromancy. It's not terrible. Um, but yeah, it definitely leads more to being melee than really being a spellcaster. You can definitely start as a spellcaster to have an easier early game because the spellcasters have a much easier early game than a melee character. You're subject to way less variance as a spellcaster, and just like eventually become a melee character. Also, you can definitely still be a spellcaster because in order to get like a weapon to kill things when you don't have any mana or when you don't want to spend any mana, it's like super easy as a heal orc. So yeah, I would say that overall heal orcs are like a really amazing species. Start a fight simulation for betting purposes. I don't troll tanks. Okay, let's do that. Let's see, where do I have the crawl thingy? Hold on, give me a second. I haven't done this in a while. Okay, I wonder what version of crawl it is. It's not labeled, but here I have it on the desktop. It's 0.26. Alright, so we're gonna do an iron troll. What would be a good monster for an iron troll to fight in 0.26? So bite is how many zombies you have. It's related to the quality of the zombies. If you have good zombies, you have a lot of piety. If you have bad zombies, you barely have any piety. Okay, so fight simulation for betting purposes. It's not showing. Oh, it's hidden. Okay, it's not hidden anymore. You can see that, right? You see it well? Okay, we go to the arena and we do Iron Troll versus. What would be a good match for an Iron Troll? Hmm. Hmm. What could be a good foe for an Iron Troll to face? I think I thought of someone. Yeah, let's go for Orc Warlord. I hope that it's not too one-sided. But we are going to start a bet for entertainment purposes, I guess for betting purposes. Prediction. Start prediction. Who wins? It's a best of 3, by the way, so yeah, start prediction. You have 1 minute to make your prediction. Who wins between an Iron Troll and an Orc Warlord? We're gonna run the simulation after the betting is over, and yeah, whichever one wins gets the money, I guess, or the channel points. Sorry for the inconvenience you just wanted to test. Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, it's there for a reason. If I didn't want you to use it, it wouldn't be there. So, like, no, don't apologize for it. My stream is still live, right? Because my preview is kind of dead. So I don't know. I guess my stream is live. I would like to hope so. Okay, open performance window. Yeah, it seems perfect. Okay. How do I go downstairs? With I don't know what that symbol is called in English. Sorry. Let me copy and paste it. Because my keyboard also doesn't have it. But I guess I have the symbol right here in the game. So copy and paste it in the chat. That key is what you have to press over the stairs to go downstairs. You're Portuguese, maybe you'll understand it from Spanish. But yeah, that's the symbol. Alrighty, so The prediction has already been submitted. 55-45 favoring the Iron Troll. Okay, it's gonna be a best of three, so don't get too excited if the Iron Troll or the Warlord wins the first attempt. It's like the best of three. So here we go. Okay, there we go. Our Warlord is running towards the Iron Troll. The Iron Troll seems to be destroying the Warlord, actually. Surprising. So the Iron Troll won without much like competition. In the second one, however, the Warlord happened to have an Arbalest and therefore wins the fight. Okay, pretty interesting. Last but not least, round 3. The Warlord seems to be running away, kind of. Okay. Is the Warlord still not aware? Oh, wow, okay. Well, the Warlord won, surprisingly. I thought that the Iron Troll was gonna win with how dominating it was in that round 1, but yeah, close race, yeah. So that's how you do that. You used to be able to do it online in a server, but that function was removed because people were using it to like stress the CPU of the server or something like that. I don't know exactly how that happened, but yeah. Pretty interesting. So let's go ahead and pay out for the Iron Troll. Choose outcome. Sorry, not the Iron Troll. It was the Warlord. Okay, I almost ruined it. So fortunately, I corrected my mistake in time, but it was the Warlord who won, surprisingly. Complete prediction. So congratulations on those of you who bet for the Warlord. I hope you found that enjoyable. Um, so back to the game we go. And here we are. All right, done exploring in Bolt's tree. As you can see by the power or by how many things I have had to change in my inventory. Like this character is just crazy. In fact, it's so crazy that I have had a potion of experience since I was experience level 18 and I haven't drank it because I've been constantly forgetting about it. Also, like we definitely do not need the power spike, but the game is just throwing me crazy things or throwing at me crazy things to make me more powerful. I'm gonna get the gold because I don't need any of those other things. Gonna get nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to those in case I get a trove that asks for me to use scrolls of acquirement. What is residual magic? Um, it's like an effect that you get from miscasting spells or from casting certain spells. Why did your freeze go from 3% risk of failure usually to 41% now? Because you wore heavy armor, most likely, or a shield. Those two things make it so that it's harder for you to cast the spells. Also, I guess low intelligence and other things can also influence that. Um, so yeah, if you cast the spells have like the versatility and the power that melee doesn't have, but melee at least doesn't have to worry that much about wearing heavy armor because it can still function really well even with heavy armor. And for a mage to be able to cast in heavy armor, it can do it, but it is much more resource intensive. Like you need to have good strength in addition to good intelligence, and you need to have good armor skill, and you also need to have more spellcasting skill than, or when I say spellcasting here, I mean more in the skills that would allow you to cast the spell that you want than you would normally need with a character that's wearing light armor or robes. So yeah, there's some kinds of armor that are really good for spellcasters, like Pearl Dragon scales that like they do impact your spellcasting, but not so much, and they offer pretty good protection. You died to Trance because you had heavy armor and kept missing. Reasonable, reasonable. Now you know. Okay. You can also find out if you inspect an item. So for example, there it says encumbrance rating 10. Um, I wonder if the game explains that encumbrance rating is what makes it harder for you to cast when you're wearing heavy armor. I don't know. But anyway, mm, I think I should probably just enchant my storm scales already. I'm gonna do it. I don't think I'm gonna find anything better. It wouldn't be uncommon or it's not uncommon for me to just find immediately like an armor upgrade or an upgrade as soon as I put my scrolls into something. Wouldn't be the first time that happens, and it most likely won't be the last time that happens. Um, okay, we have one enchant weapon in Spider One, and that's it. My poor Executioner's Axe is only +3 after using that enchant weapon. If there's something that this character has been missing, is a Scrolls of Enchant Weapon. I find it pretty funny because I think I've found more Scrolls of Acquirement than Scrolls of Enchant Weapon. And like Enchant Weapon is way more common than Acquirement. Um, yeah, it is found rarely compared to other types of scroll. I guess I already knew that. Those are not particularly the most common scrolls around. The Potion of Experience, however, says it is found very rarely compared to other types of potion. These are pretty neat. If you find one of these in the early game, it makes you so ridiculously powerful. But the more the game progresses, the least good they are for your character. Um, you get less experience for your skills here. Um, you do get more experience when it comes to leveling up to the next level, but to level up your skills, you get less. So it's pretty weird. Um, anyway, we have done the entirety of Bolts 4. Bolts 5 is really dangerous. I definitely have no plans of going in there right now, and maybe not going in there at all. So we are going to go ahead and do Swamp now, because I haven't done that. I could also do Elf. Yeah, this character can probably do Elf rather well. Okay, another Hydra. I guess we're gonna recall Saint Roca, and I'm gonna tank for Saint Roca to get rid of the Hydra. Yeah, I don't have to melee the Hydra myself because my allies can kill it relatively easily. Nice battle axe. Yes, it's a crazy good battle axe. That's why I haven't really been training for or using the Executioner's Axe, despite the fact that I have it and I pretty much have the skill to use it without many issues. But I don't have the enchantment on it for it to be better than the battle axe. Mm, I guess I'm gonna drink a potion of flight. Yeah, why not? I could have just gone around, but that's lame. This character has many resistances, so Swamp is a place that checks a lot of your resistances, and therefore can be a pretty complicated place to do when you first go in. But I resist everything. I am almost immune to fire, actually. The only thing that makes me slightly nervous is what are these guys called? Fenstrider Witches. That's what makes me nervous. Fenstrider Witch. Paralyze 16%, Agony 24%. So despite the fact that I already have one source of willpower, it is definitely not enough for me to just neutralize those guys. 16% still is like a pretty good chance to get paralyzed and therefore instantly killed pretty much. Okay, let's just retreat behind my zombies, let them do their thing. Maybe even Dark Bargain, because why not? Okay, I get a ghoul. I haven't gotten a profane servitor. I would expect to get more profane servitors and bone dragons at 24 invocations, but nope, hasn't been the case. Fortunately, this place is not really that difficult, and we're gonna be able to do it really easily. Oh, Potion of Heal Wounds, Brilliance, Phantom Mirror. You have Crystal Spear. I wonder if I can enslave that guy. I'm gonna try. Bind Soul. Ah, you like nearby souls to offer to Yred. No, I don't. Bind Soul. Can I get this ghost as a friend? Because it's a ghost with Crystal Spear. Oh, but it has trash HP. I don't think I care about keeping it as an ally then. Um, yeah, it would just die. Saint Roca is very robust, so it wouldn't have that issue. So you finally get your 50,000 channel points. You're gonna make sure you're not on a win streak. I appreciate that. Would you believe that no one has ever used that? Um, Found a shop for the first time. Is there anything that you should look for in a shop? Not really. Just see if there's anything that you like and anything that's useful for your character. And if there's something that's useful for your character, you might want to save up money to buy it or something along those lines. Yeah, shops are like that in this game. Just like a bunch of items that you can acquire in exchange for money, kind of like real life shops. Um, in this game, unlike in other roguelikes, you cannot sell anything to the shops. So so yeah, just keep that in mind. Because of course, what you're going to request is going to be trolley. Yeah, that's why I have that one as an expensive channel point reward because I don't want people to spam for like 2,000. Oh yeah, play Spriggan. Oh yeah, play Cat. No. But if it's once every like 50,000 channel points, I think I'm okay because it doesn't happen very often. I wonder if I'm already at the point where I can melee Hydras. I probably am because I hit really hard with this character. 34 strength after all, and a +8 battle axe. Yeah, I can kill Hydras in melee really easily. Also, 37 armor class means that the Hydras don't really get past my armor class. Mm, but maybe I wouldn't be in this situation if I had just gone into this place for my first rune. Two enchant. Oh, enchant armor and enchant weapon. Okay. Storm scales and enchant weapon on the executioner's axe. By the way, I got freezing and I love freezing, but I would like to get vampiric, so I'm gonna keep rolling for vampiric. It's like a really low chance to get vampiric, but I'm gonna try to do so. Because I don't really care about the brand in the executioner's axe. It could have whatever and it would still hit really hard. Okay, let's go downstairs. Okay, yep. The incredible damage of these characters, like making it so that monsters that would be dangerous here, like that bungee, it just literally died in the first attack. Yeah, I think I can continue fighting. Who cares? Probably should fly to not fumble attacks here. Vampiric is one of the best brands. Should you randomly convert to a Godha? You can get Trog. If you're playing a spellcaster, you can get Trog, and if you get Trog, you cannot cast spells anymore because Trog doesn't like you casting spells. So that would be a pretty bad thing for you. You are probably better off using Faded Altars as a melee character if you want to like explore all the gods the game has to offer. As a mage, I would recommend you to go Ashensari, Behumet, Gosak, maybe Maclef, maybe Nemelex, maybe the Shining One. There's like a bunch of gods that are good in general. But for a mage, probably Ashensari, Behumet, and Gosak are the best. Mm, so we're gonna get some dexterity, I'm thinking. And I'm thinking dexterity because I don't have a shield, and I would like to not be like a sitting duck when it comes to the end game and all the bolts flying around and the crystal spears. So we're gonna get dexterity here. Probably shouldn't. You probably shouldn't. Yeah, you can tell which one it is. That's a mechanic on the game, the Faded Altars. The game is well, those Faded Altars are like rather new to the game. They're there to reward you for taking a wild guess. Because you do start with more piety for the god that you end up worshipping, but you can get something really bad for your character, like Trog as a spellcaster, or Sin as any character. Sin is not so bad. You can just abandon. Or Jiva, I guess. Jiva can be good nowadays. I don't really have the experience with modern Jiva, but maybe it would be good. Um, okay. You're so early, so you'll take it just to learn what it does. Let me know what god you get. It would be fun if you got a really good god. Because as I mentioned, you get more piety with your starting god. Yuva is always a bit of. Oh, you got Che? No, 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 no. That's Ripophalum. Yeah, if you get Che, Che is like. It's powerful, but it's super punishing. Oh, you got Behemoth. That's so lucky. Yeah, that's literally one of the gods that I recommended you to worship. So you should roll with that. I assume that because you got Behemoth, you immediately got a spell offered to you. You don't have to learn it, but it might be a good idea for you to learn it regardless. I guess it depends on your character. If Behemoth is offering you something really weak late into the game, then maybe don't grab it. But considering that you're like literally a brand new player, maybe just grab everything and figure out which spells you like and which spells you don't like. You can now gain magical power from killing. Behemoth offers you knowledge of Sandblast. Yeah, Sandblast is a good spell, and yeah, Behemoth really loves you playing the game in a fun way. Definitely does that. That's why I like Behemoth that much. I like Behemoth way more than Sif Muna, which is another one of the spellcaster gods. And I guess there's also Kiku. I don't like Kiku. Kiku, in my opinion, is a pretty lame god. And so the same goes for Sif. From the spellcaster gods, definitely the one that resonates with me the most is Behemoth. Mm, ouch. Oh, that's my bad. I didn't recognize these as a 20-headed Hydra zombie that generates here every now and then. Well, that is annoying. Yeah, I was wondering why I was getting, why I was actually taking damage all of a sudden, but I guess that explains it. um, sure, I guess I'll just leave my zombies to do their thing. Roots grab your hornet zombie. That's an interesting message to get. So I can just leave my zombies do their thing and rest here. I do get a bit of experience from the zombies killing things, but I assume that all the zombies died to the 27-headed Hydra. However, it is an Hydra zombie, so probably it took a lot of damage, and if since it's a zombie, it doesn't regenerate, and also because it is a zombie, I can chop off its heads and it doesn't grow new ones. Mm. But the real bosses from this ending are the Vampire Knights. There's two Vampire Knights in this ending, and they can paralyze you, and they definitely can ruin your day if you get paralyzed by these guys. Um, okay, so I'm tapping the zombie, and the zombie just dies relatively easily. Um, as I mentioned, the one that I'm not really worried about, or the one that I'm really worried about, is the Vampire Knight. Okay, easy peasy. Yeah, there's the other Vampire Knight. It has a 7% chance to paralyze me. It is kind of bad. Oh yeah, now it's not 7% anymore. Now it's 41 because I got hit by a Phantasmal Warrior, and those guys have your willpower. So now we are in a really bad spot where I shouldn't be if I don't want to die. And I know that I don't want to die. So I'm teleporting. That guy can paralyze me. If I get paralyzed, I am going to teleport regardless, so I should be okay, especially after clearing so much of the level. Swamp levels are smaller than your average levels. I'm pretty sure I already cleared almost the entirety of it. Fortunately, I do not get paralyzed. Um, how do you cast? You can cast through Z, capital Z. Oh, you have to memorize. If you already memorize the spell, pressing Z and pressing Z. Well, for me, it tells me that I don't know any spells. I guess I can learn some spells just to showcase it. You press Z, and if you press the question mark, it shows you a list of your spells. So you can move these spells around to place them on whatever keys you want. Or you can just remember what keys they are. For example, if I wanted to cast Animate Skeleton, I would press Z, A, and then it would do the thing. And I could also cast a port casting ZB, and then I would have to target it because a port does require you to target. You don't have to do the question mark. The question mark is only if you have to see the spell list for one reason or another. But if you know that it's on the B key, you just have to press Z, B, and it should cast the spell. Yeah, Z, B. Okay, there we go, pretty easy. Spriggan Druid. Better not be hugging a tree when it comes to those Spriggan Druids, because the trees hurt you. Oh, Scroll of Blinking, give me that. Okay, we got 4 of them. Yeah, those are so rare and so powerful. Oh, Hydra Zombie, Altar to Yred. You offer a prayer to Yred. Oh, didn't pick up the rune. Pick up the rune, come on. Why not picking up the rune? By the way, if you were wondering why I didn't pick up the rune, it's because I was fighting invisible monsters, and I had to run away from the Vampire Knight before I killed it, so the game didn't automatically turn my auto pickup back on. I had to do it when I realized that it was the case. Okay. I have resistance to corrosion and a million armor class, so I'm not afraid of running at these Circle of Lands. I also have a million HP, so yeah, we can definitely kill them all really easily. I was hoping for some loot because they normally generate guarding loot, but it didn't seem to be the case this time around. Behemoth accepts your kill. Yeah, in order to get piety with some gods, you normally have to kill things. Some gods don't give you piety for killing things and instead have their own requirements. For example, the Shining One likes it when you find new monsters. I guess the Shining One also likes it when you kill demons. Just as an example, Trog especially likes it when you kill spellcasters because he doesn't like spellcasting. Ashensari likes it when you apply curses to yourself. Ashensari offers you curses and then you can take them and that pleases Ashensari. Ru likes it when you make sacrifices, which usually permanently cripple your character and like make it weaker in like a really messed up way, but you gain great power from Ru's abilities. I don't like going Ru because I don't like the first part of that of like permanently crippling your character. But yeah, that's how the game functions. You have like 4 goblins. Let me know if you see a monster called Robin in there. Oh, yeah, 4 goblins sounds to me like you are gonna have a monster called Robin coming after you. Um, so we got the rune from Swamp. Now it's time for me to get a rune number 3. But before that, I'm gonna go into the Elven Halls because this character is powerful enough to do that rather easily. Also, I guess I'm gonna recall my Saint Roca ally because I haven't been using it in a while. I kind of became too powerful for it or to need it. You died. Did you find Robin? Um, Range units are annoying. They're not annoying. They can be dangerous. It's very rare that I consider a monster to be danger or to be annoying. Personally, you die to a ranged goblin throwing stones at you. That sounds like fun. Aren't you having a good time? This game is awesome, isn't it? Goblins throw rocks at you and you die. The first time I played this game, I got killed before before exiting the entrance of the first level of the game because I happened to get a very messed up bolt that places some monsters that threw things at you, and I just didn't know, and I got killed almost immediately by them because I was also not playing something that started with heavy armor. Sticks and stones can break your bones. You don't have any range, so you don't know how to kill it. It just kills you as you try to approach it. Any recommendations? Well, when a monster is throwing things at you, the correct thing to do is to not walk towards the monster, instead walk away from the monster and hide behind a corner. And what's gonna happen is that the monster is gonna go after you. And like for example, if a hypothetical ranged monster was chasing after me right now, the monster would most likely be here, and then it would be like significantly closer to me, so I could just approach and get rid of the monster. That's how you are supposed to handle like very early game range threats. The more the game progresses, the more options that you get, and the more you have to think about how you approach fights, even if the fights appear to be like rather simple. Um, in the late game, there's like layers of complexity because the monsters have ranged attacks or just like straight up hit really hard. So like it gets way more complicated. But for the early game, it's as easy as just like walking around the corner and waiting for the monster to come after you. Yeah, you see. No percolator. No, it's not gonna happen. Kirky is not that high level, and I have willpower, so I was okay. I was much more afraid of the Vampire Knight because the Vampire Knight just like disables you and you die. With Kirky, it's not an issue because I can go upstairs and then I'm okay. Also, I had a million zombies, so the zombies could have also killed Kirky. Do they see invisible? They don't. Well, Saint Roca does see invisible, and I have Saint Roca still. If only it hit for more than one damage. That's like my greatest grievance with having Saint Roca as a permanent ally. I definitely would have replaced Saint Roca with Frederick if I had the ability to do so. Mm, but unfortunately, Frederick got killed by zombies before I got the chance to reap the soul. Okay, Demonologist, 9% chance to vanish. Gonna hope that it works. Walk around the corner, wait for the dangerous ranged monster to get closer, and then just like kill it in a much easier, in a much more controlled environment, I guess is a good way to put it. Mm, that ring is not terrible. Ring of Tender Moments. Um, the Ring of Wizardry with three pips of negative. It would be good if I was a spellcaster and only a spellcaster, but I am not that. I am a melee character. Two rings of willpower. Unfortunately, one of my rings is like incredible, so I cannot really take it off. Um, and I'm already using willpower on the other ring. What I'm hoping for is Randart boots that give me willpower, Randart gloves that give me willpower, or a cloak of willpower. Because the helmet and the body armor are not really like something that I can upgrade into or that I can upgrade from because they're already like crazy good. Um, enchant armor and enchant weapon. Let me get those. Um, I guess I'm also gonna get fear, immolation, and teleport. Should you use weapons at all as a mage? Not at the beginning of the game, but as the game progresses, maybe it would be a good idea for you to have a way to kill things when you run out of mana. Um, which can happen. Sometimes you want to kill things without having to use mana in case you want to like save your mana for fights that get much more complicated that may be like around the corner of the monster that you're currently fighting. So if you get to that point, maybe it would be a good idea for you to have a melee weapon there or a ranged weapon. But in the early game, you don't really have to worry that much about it. Generally, when I play a mage, I don't really melee things unless I find something really good, like a dagger of venom or something. Maybe a dagger of draining or electrocution, but most frequently venom, because venom is really good for very little investment. Doesn't scale that well in the more the game progresses, but for the very early game, it's like unbeatable. Really unbeatable. Is there a potion which increases evasion but decreases dexterity, strength, and intelligence by one? There is nothing like that in this game. Um, I guess a potion of mutation can give you motivation and can also decrease your stats, but it is definitely not guaranteed to do so. Um, There used to be a potion of agility that just gave you 5 more evasion while the effect lasted, but that thing no longer exists, unfortunately. It got removed from the game because it was just used in conjunction with might and haste as the like combat buffs, and for some reason that one had to be removed, but the other ones were not. And I guess it's understandable. Haste is too powerful to be removed, and also too limited to be removed. And yeah, Might is also like very different and not nearly as powerful as Haste. So I guess from the three of those, the Potion of Agility was like the one that was least impact. That's the one sad thing that happened when they removed food. It's no longer eating stuff to give yourself mutations on purpose. Ooh, that was removed from the game like a while before food was removed altogether. Yeah, I don't think that has been in the game for quite a while. But if you really thought about it, it was just like a matter of eating things until you were stuck with a good set of mutations. Mm. In a way, the current potions of mutation kind of do that in a much more limited way, so that it's not like a no-brainer to do it. Let's enchant this, and also enchant this. +8 storm scales. I guess I'm gonna turn that off. And I'm gonna turn this on, and I'm gonna turn this on, and I'm gonna turn this on. Oh, not that, not that. I'm gonna turn this on. 24. Okay. So on the other side of here is the hollow blades. That part is really dangerous. It has a bunch of dancing weapons. They can have distortion, and I do not want to mess around with them because I already have crazy good weapons, so I don't need to. But if you need a weapon, a rare weapon like an Evening Star or a Layatang or a double sword or a triple sword, Executioner's Axe, maybe even a Broad Axe, you can go there and you have a pretty solid chance of getting it. God fed us. What does this one do? All you know, plants like you. Well, you can press this key upon worship of a god, and it tells you. Also, when you initially try to worship a god, if you don't get it from a fatal altar, it also gives you the same information. Feras is a god that relies on invocations a lot, but you can use your piety and your invocations skill to get very powerful Oklov plants and other plant allies. Um, I don't really like it a lot. It's not really something that resonates a lot with my preferences in the game. I prefer the gods that passively make you stronger, and Fedas definitely doesn't do anything remotely close to that. Fedas is more like actively makes you win this fight. Mm, but yeah, Feras and Nemelex are very similar in that regard. It's just that Nemelex has a lot more than it can do, and a lot more explosive fashion as well. But yeah, let's go ahead and do the final level of the Elven Halls. Let me recall my bound orc. In this level, I like to read magic mapping because this level has a huge bolt. Oh, where's the bolt? No bolt? Where's the bolt? Interesting. Nothing here stands out as. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, this is the vault. This is the vault. I'm glad that I realized because I was about to wander inside there. Okay, yeah. Exclude that so I can do it at the end. But yeah, that's a pretty dangerous part of the game. It has a bunch of very high level elves like sorcerers, demonologists, blade masters, master archers. Like it's a bunch of really nasty guys. Hello, you're the guy that I raided yesterday, right? Uh, Thank you for following. I'm sorry that I do not know Korean, so I cannot pronounce your name, but thank you for following. Hola, amigo. Oh, Miss Walker. It really helps me that Twitch has like that translation thingy included. Very nice indeed. Yeah, hello. Thank you for stopping by. Literally your ID in Korean. Understandable. Mm, so I don't want my bound orc to die, and it looked like it was in the process of dying. So I'm gonna leave Saint Roca parked up here. They'll wait, and we're gonna do most of that without the permanent ally. I don't really need it. I'm powerful enough to not need it. And you can see here that these elves are not really high level, and so I need many zombies to be able to get more piety with Yred Null. You suffer a lot with Yred in the early game. It's like not having a god. But the more the game progresses, the more high quality zombies that you get, and the more Yred piety you get every floor. You just spam dot to heal and a buff showed up and killed you while you stared at him. Don't do that. Crawl is civilized. If you press the key 5, it does that, except that it stops you when you see a monster. So yeah, that is the kind of thing that you have to do in NetHack, because NetHack doesn't really, or no, never mind. NetHack actually does have like an option to heal, to rest and heal, but Crawl does it much better. Dying is learning. Okay. Ooh, someone has the captain's cutlass. Aha, yeah, that's dangerous. I don't want to have anything to do with that disarming me. That would be annoying. Amen to that. I think I want to be at around 150 HP and then drain life. But my worry here is that I lose the ability to drain life because some of my zombies die before I get the chance to do that. Yeah. Okay, that's annoying. You don't learn Jack without dying in roguelikes? I don't know about that. I've been playing Rift Wizard because someone, actually, it was Prince Cosmo. Thank you for the $15 the other day. I got Rift Wizard, and I'm still in my first run of Rift Wizard, and I haven't died. I'm in floor 18. I have yet to start floor 18. But what I'm going to do is like not play anymore and start the stream earlier tomorrow to finish that first run of Rift Wizard. And maybe I will get my first run win. It's been like I've always wanted to win a roguelike in my first attempt at that roguelike. And maybe it will happen for Rift Wizard. Okay, yeah, I'm bleeding a lot of elves here. Or zombies, I guess. Yeah, sure, I don't care about that. Okay, that didn't kill everyone, but it did deal good damage. How are you liking the game? Heard the combat is extremely challenging. It is extremely reminiscent of this game's combat. Like, it is fair, but it is also really dangerous, and you have to look like many turns ahead. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's amazing. I should have tried it the day it released because it's that awesome. Like I'm really enjoying it a lot. Um, you heard me mention Rift Wizard? Oh yeah, it's like so good. I really am like so happy with Rift Wizard. It's like art. I am very glad that it was made like that. That's what that's what I like in games. I like games that are super hard, but also fair. I don't like games like in NetHack, where the game kills you for not knowing. In Rift Wizard, it's like here's all the knowledge that you need, or almost all of the knowledge that you need. It's up to you to not die. And Crawl does that as well, very similarly. Crawl also gives you all the information that you need and leaves you to make your mistakes and die as a result of those mistakes. He even did an interview with Tonhack. Yeah, I heard about that interview. I haven't seen it, but I think I'm gonna see it. You had a feeling I would love it. You were correct. I am loving it so much. In fact, I should have gotten it myself much earlier. But I am okay with getting to play it at all. Well, it is pretty inconvenient that I'm fighting all these elves in this very uncomfortable arena with all the elves spread around. At least this is a night, so like, yeah, we're okay. The only dangerous elf, like a truly dangerous elf, is quite probably this one, the Master Archer. So I'm gonna go ahead and use Ice Blast on it. Oh no! Oh no, the Lost Soul assumes the form of the Master Archer. At least it didn't hurt me. Ignorance should be punished, but lack of knowledge shouldn't. That is correct. I agree with that design philosophy, and I think it's also something to keep in mind in everyday life. Um, so yeah, this is not looking good at all. And in the time of need, Yred abandons me because I only have one zombie. Um, yeah, I'm not liking this. I think I maybe should blink away. Like blink here, blink here and then just like make a run for it. I could even do some digging and like go in here immediately or just go here and then go upstairs. But yeah, regardless of what I do, I probably shouldn't continue to fight here. I could also try to blink to the hatch and just hatch myself upstairs, but nah. Hmm. Okay, you have a chance to banish me, and it is 11%. I wish I had a way to prevent you from doing that, but I guess I'm just gonna have to rely on my willpower. It would be funny if I got banished. Okay, I think that's a Deep Elf Knight. In fact, I am pretty sure that it is a Deep Elf Knight because it's pretty much the only thing that can go invisible here. Mm, don't get banished? Yeah, getting banished is bad. You quite probably have never seen it, but it is not good. And you should do all that you can to not get banished in this game. I don't think I care about that amulet. I like my amulet of regen a lot more. Hello, Railbird. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. Mm, Here we are with new Yred. Have you played anything that's not a human fire elementalist of Sifmuna yet? You should try a Behumet. I think it will change your life to try Behumet. After winning so much with Sifmuna, you will go to Behumet and be like, wow, this god, everything that this god gives me is a good spell. It's incredible. And it starts happening so early into the game. I guess you do have to think differently about how you approach fights because if Muna does kind of give you infinite mana, let's be completely honest here, and Behemoth doesn't. But Behemoth gives you like different tools to make the game more pleasant for you. As I have mentioned already in the stream, Behemoth just resonates a lot more with me than Sif Muna does. Oh, by the way, um, I added a new emote that Star Polemic gave me for free. Yeah, we got the Sif Copium now. I wonder if Star Polemic is still around to see that I added the Sif Copium. Mm. Since I got the emote for free from Star Polemic, I didn't really want to monetize it. In fact, some of the emotes that I have are were given to me for free. Okay, this doesn't. This looks bad, but it's not really as bad as you think. Because despite the fact that I just got hit for 54 by Crystal Spear, reasons to have a shield. Well, 41 and 54 across 2 turns. No, and actually it is kind of bad because I don't have silence. I thought that I had silence to silence this guy, but I don't. And so I am in danger. Okay. Severely wounded. Yred does nothing for me. I have 27 invocations. Grim Reaper is such a badass title. That's such a good title. 27 invocations. I guess I can now max fighting. I also turn on invocations. With 10 evocations, maybe I can get away with using Ice Blast and dealing damage to the Annihilator. If I get really unlucky, I can die, right? Because 3 dice of 40 Crystal Spear, lol. Reasons to have a shield. And more than 15 evasion, to be completely fair. So, we are going to go for Ice Blast here. It's gonna hurt me, I don't care. That dealt nothing. In fact, I gained some HP because I leveled up. All right. Pure spellcasters are totally viable. I have a couple of games as a spellcaster without any options other than spellcasting. And, well, or rather, I should say I have spellcasters that don't have melee options or like weapon options. Because they do have other options in the form of like evocables and things. But I prefer to not be a character like that because it is more punishing. Ooh, Ring of the Hair. If I had the ability to use it, I think this character would be happy to find the Macabre Finger necklace. Yesterday I was expectating Alan on Alan while he was playing, and he got Macabre Finger Necklace, and he immediately disregarded it as trash. And I thought that was somewhat funny because, goes to show how a new player and an experienced player can like look at the same item and think two very different things. I don't care about that. Mm, ouch. Maybe don't do that, Mr. Master Archer. Oh, wow. One shot the Annihilator. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, I was assuming that that guy was killing my zombies. How do you feel about the octopodes? Funny that you mention it because I kind of want to play an octopode again. I kind of like them a bit. They're kind of difficult because they don't get to wear armor. Mm, and many good items happen to be armor, right? So they lose on many good items, but they compensate for that by having 8 rings, and that can make you into a really powerful character. Um, and I haven't played an Octopode since March, literally since March. So I was thinking of playing an Octopode soon, probably after this character. The next one is gonna be an Octopode, if I remember. There's always a possibility of me forgetting and starting something entirely different next stream. Um, but I would like to start an Octopode. Necklace is such a sick find with a Nash extra curse. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Banish shelf. There we go. You're cast into the abyss. So there we go. Okay. My character is powerful enough that I don't particularly care too much, but it is kind of annoying. I had willpower, and it still happens. I guess it's better than getting banished. Here we have a bone dragon. This thing used to be the most powerful gift that you could get from Behemoth. You can still get them from Dark Bargain, but they're not permanent anymore. Yeah, and the Abyss is a random chaotic place that really wants to kill you and throws really awful monsters at you. Of course, this character is powerful enough to not really care about the Abyss, even while fighting a Lorosiproc and a Bone Dragon, which are not particularly the easiest monsters to kill. Like, this character just like destroys them, like one shot a tentacle star spawn. So I'm not too worried about it. It's just like a bit of an annoyance more than anything. Mm. You can also get out of the abyss by killing enough things. The game makes it really easy for you to get out if you gain enough experience. Literally places an exit next to you, or on top of you, rather. I have never tried, or I have never gotten Necklace of Bloodloss with Ashensari for an extra curse, but that does sound pretty good because it gives you the ability to have like an extra ring slot that you can leave open. I assume that you get your 6 pips of piety from Ashensari without without cursing everything because you have one extra item slot, and that's pretty neat, I guess. But yeah, you might still want to curse everything regardless because Ashensari curses are pretty sweet. Mm. Yeah, lately I've been recommending to all the new players that I encounter to just start Ashensari characters because Ashensari is pretty insane. Should you use a Quarterstaff of Chaos? Well, Chaos is very chaotic, right? So you can get very good effects from Chaos, like paralyzing or even banishing monsters. You can also get really bad effects like hasting those monsters or making them berserk or polymorphing them into something that's really more dangerous than you can handle. So um, it is a gamble. I guess that's a good way to put it. It is a gamble to use a chaos item, and you may not want to do it. Hmm. Hmm. It's getting kind of laggy. Interesting. A auto travel into getting frail times 2, and yeah, it is pretty laggy. I wonder if it's on my side. I guess I can find out easily by pinging Google. No, it seems to be fine now. I wonder if it feels like it's on the server side. So maybe Kelby is not performing as well as it should. Yeah, there's a bit of lag. I mean, it's kind of playable, but it is definitely noticeable enough to be annoying. I guess I can ping Kelby instead of pinging Google. Hold on a second. Yeah, packets lost around 100 milliseconds. No wonder. Yeah, it's Kelby seems to not be performing so well all of a sudden. Could you get mutated here? Yes, sure. We can get mutated here. In fact, I have some transient bad mutations because I've been fighting a monster that gives me the worst mutations in the game, but only like temporarily. The more experience I gain, the more the more they get removed. So I just have to start killing things, and I will get rid of all these bad mutations. But there is some monsters like Necosex, Cacodemons that can give me permanent bad mutations here, and that would be pretty annoying. Oh yeah, there it is, Necosec with Malmutate. I still haven't gotten Malmutated, but it's at the edge of line of sight, so might as well walk around the corner and prevent myself from getting destroyed by the Necosec. Okay, an exit. Let me kill this guy before getting out. Now, what is this? Potion of Resistance. Well, that's rather rare. I'm gonna grab it. Gonna greed out a bit. And I was thinking of maybe grabbing the rune before going out, but I'm not going to. Like, if the game is letting me get out, might as well do so. Mm, okay, I think maybe we can Tin of Tremorstone solve these helps. Yeah, sure. Okay, with the large amount of high level elves that I have already killed, I wouldn't be surprised um, if I was already done with like almost the entirety of the bolt, and all that was left for me was the loot. Annihilator is nearby. Something that I don't like about glass is that it stops your auto explore for a monster that's on the other side of the glass. Okay, fingers crossed for me being done with all these elves. Oh, Blade Master, okay. It has electrocution, but I have resistance to electrocution thanks to my storm scales. Why are there four gnolls? Four gnolls. Oh, because they generate in bands. Some monsters generate in bands. Gnolls are some of the earliest monsters that generate in bands. And yeah, I hope you enjoy your gnolls. Mm, Ice Fiend. Oh yeah, it was summoned by the demonologist. Well, that is rather aggravating. Um, please kill the demonologist. All right, thank you. You know, I would like it if the zombies didn't go hostile when you hurt them. I mean, after all, they are zombies. They really shouldn't go hostile because you hurt them. Aren't they supposed to be mindless or something? Rather not. Rather not. Okay, don't banish me again. Thank you. Mm, So in case you don't know, new Yred works this way. Mm, you have a chance to make zombies when you kill things. The zombies are zombies, right? They're kind of lame. You can also gain piety based on the quality of the zombies that you have. So it's not the amount of zombies, it's the quality of the zombies. For example, right now I have two zombies and I have 3 pips of piety because one of them happens to be a Blade Master, and Blade Masters are pretty high quality zombies, right? If I happen to get rid of the Blade Master, I would have way less piety with Yred. Um, the zombies will be permanent unless you leave the floor. And you can use zombies for some abilities. For example, here we have Dark Bargain, which offers up your reaped souls to Yred in exchange for the temporary help of an undead servant. So it gives you all Yred pets, scaling with invocations, but they are temporary, so they're not like permanent anymore, unfortunately. Um, That's not a terrible item, but I like what I have a bit better. I would have used that early in the game if I had gotten it earlier. Um, so yeah, the only permanent ally that you can have now with Yred is whatever you enslave. And in this game, I happen to enslave Saint Roca, and Saint Roca is bugged as a pet from Yred and only deals 1 damage. So it does have a great Mesa protection. So it's not dealing like 0 damage, but it could be dealing so much more damage. At least it's really tanky and it does have smite. So, but I also wish that it mighty my zombies, and it doesn't. Anyway, we got rid of Elf. We didn't really get many good things here, and we had to use Scroll of Blinking. So I would say that it was not the greatest thing that I could have done. Um, but it very often is the case that I do elf and it's not like amazing for my character. Mm, yeah, maybe I have had it be amazing in recent times and I just like forget because of like of every 10 times, maybe 1 time is like, oh yeah, I should, or I'm very glad that I did elf. Um, and this time is definitely not one of those. But I guess it's kind of hard to upgrade on the items that I already have. Let's go do something else. Yes. Mm, we can do depths. Yeah, let's go do depths. I still have not gotten my 3rd rune. Oh, okay. Someone commented on Wiz Labs before on this stream. Chances are good that we're gonna go into Wiz Labs, and we have a walking crystal tome. Depths has many monsters that are like really messed up. This would be one of those. In fact, this one was so messed up that I got it nerfed. It killed me on stream and I made some comments on it, and like it was severely nerfed. It used to summon 3 spells, and the spells that it summons are Crystal Spear. So yeah, it casts that, and it plays 3 Crystal Spears, and you got 3 Crystal Spears next turn. It was so bad. Now it only summons 2, and the living spells are way easier to kill. Way easier to kill. So now it's so much more reasonable. Still very dangerous. You should probably not like run towards it. So that's why I waited around the corner for it to reach me. Unfortunately, it doesn't summon anything. It's like what 300 damage? Yeah, it happened on stream like a month ago. Um, I should. I put it on YouTube. It was so funny that I put it on YouTube. So yeah, it's one of those very rare occasions where I die, but I still put the run on YouTube. Um, and yeah, like since it went for so long, you would think that I would win that easily, but no, I ended up dying. This game teaches people to be afraid of books, definitely, and it does so in a much more fun way than NetHack does. Because in NetHack you can fail to read a high-level book and it can literally paralyze you for like 50 turns and kill you. In this game, the book takes a more proactive approach at killing you and just like shoots crystal spears at you. By the way, I think we have another crystal. Oh, never mind. It's not another crystal tome. Um, all right. More Hell Knights. It's a good thing that this character is so powerful, because otherwise I would be suffering with all the Depths enemies. Depths enemies are like Swamp version 2.0. In Swamp, you are not really gonna see a lot of bands. Depths does have a lot of bands, and it also has a bunch of enemies that deal a very um, wide variety of elemental damage. Did I miss the Wizlav? Oh, you hear a crackle of a magical portal. Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah. I kind of forgot about it, but I'm very glad that I realized early enough that I was in the vault. Let's go in. Borngjord's Mausoleum. I have not seen this one. Interesting. So far, it seems to be skeleton based. I guess it makes sense because Borg is a spellcaster that has a bunch of necromancy spells, revivification, and zombie hands, I think. There should be an early game Borg spell. Ouch! Well, this would be a good time to have resistance to negative, but I do not possess that. Okay, yeah, that's not good. Don't do that. I wonder if I should get rid of the Lost Soul. The issue is that getting rid of it is not so trivial because it has good HP and cold resistance. So it is kind of like the summon spells, but it's better because the summon spells literally just kill you if you cannot get rid of them. This guy just like makes it so that you have to fight one more monster if you cannot get rid of it. So I'm not gonna try to kill it. Yeah, I think I would like be in a tough spot if I try to run towards it and kill it. Um, okay. Played Ghost. I don't know if I want to have anything to do with that. Also, I don't think I'm like getting anything from Yred Remnul. I don't think Yred lets me reap these monsters. This Wizlav seems to be kind of a counter to Yred Worshipper. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Those 53 HP that I lost from that are like a bit of a joke. Okay, I'm starting to notice that it seems to be that you get hostile lost souls summoned every now and then. That is kind of annoying, not gonna lie. I don't know if I'm too much of a fan of this Wizlav. Seems rather complicated, or not complicated, but like actually dangerous. Um, and I don't know what the reward is. I'm just doing it because I have never seen it before. Otherwise, I think I would like have gotten out already. Just died to 3 whites. Did you survive the what are they called? Did you survive the gnolls? If so, what did you do to survive the gnolls? Yeah, just out of curiosity, what did you do to survive the gnolls? Okay. You ran a lot until some of them stopped following you. Yeah, the perks of having stealth. Sometimes monsters just stop following you all of a sudden. The whites didn't. Yeah. Oh, whites are fun. Ooh, Halaseed Warlocks. These used to be in these used to be in the Desolation Assault, and I now that I remember, I don't think I saw any of them in Desolation Assault, so that means Desolation Assault got nerfed. All right. Um, Ghostly Sacrifice. What does that do? Uses an ally's motivating essence to create a blast of negative energy, draining any living creature it engulfs. The being used to feel the spell no matter what, whether living or construct is consumed and made in the process. Okay. I wish it told you how much damage that deals, or if it's an explosion or something. I think the description for that spell could definitely improve a lot. Guess I'm just gonna be here and wait for you to get over here. Hit you really hard. This could get bad, by the way, because they deal so much damage. Okay, fortunately they decided to not do the thing that deals so much damage, which was the Bolt of Draining. I'm okay with getting Bolts of Cold because I have the resistance, but Bolt of Draining I do not have the resistance. Okay, Ooh, look at that. I better take a screenshot of that. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that you get to see if you play Trunk. That's why I like playing Trunk. It doesn't really crash, or very rarely it does crash, but more often than not, it's just like things that you can provide feedback on to improve development. So I assume that the bolt failed to place a lost soul here. I assume that's what happened. The Ice Dragon zombie dissolves into shadows. Okay. Oh, I know what happened actually. I think maybe the Lost Soul tried to sacrifice itself to revive a summoned monster. Oh, that's a sick ring. Um, I think I'm gonna put it on because it's a ring of willpower plus. And even though the plus doesn't really matter too much to me, it's like still nice to have. Um, Hmm. Indeed. This is getting kinda sketchy. If only Yred did something for me here, like offering Dispel Undead or something, would be nice after a certain point. Okay, I am taking a lot of damage. Lost my willpower, got hit for Iron Shot. That's kind of what happens when you're not using a shield. And I cannot kill this thing fast enough. Mm, yeah, this doesn't seem like a happy place to be in. Also, I think all the juicy loot is right here. We're almost done with this bolt, but unfortunately there were too many dangerous monsters right at the end. I'm gonna read Blinking. Gonna put myself here, and then maybe drink a couple of heal wounds. One of them should be good. Wow. Will it revive again? I don't know. I don't think it will revive again. Oh, it did revive again. That's messed up. Crazy. And it's also crazy that it keeps hasting itself immediately as it revives. At least I should be grateful that it's not iron shotting me. Okay. Yeah, better be careful with those guys because at 100 HP that could definitely go to 0 super fast, especially only with 16 evasion. Um, should I put that on? I think I'm gonna hold on to it, but I might not put it on. Okay, Guardian Spirit is trash. That is also kind of trash. Torment? Vampiric Executioner Sax? You know what? I think I just found my new weapon. Okay. I don't know if that, like, takes a look at what your weapon is and generates, like, a vampiric version of it. If it places a guaranteed top tier version of your weapon, um, that is vampiric, it is like a crazy good bolt and always worth doing. But I don't know if that is the case or if I just got lucky with a vampiric executioner's axe. But of course we're gonna be using that. I do wish I had more enchant weapon to be able to use it, but unfortunately I do not. Nicola. Nicola has chain lightning, which really hurts, despite the fact that I have resistance to negative. If that's true, that's an amazing DD bolt. Yes, I don't know if it actually works like that, but I would be very happy if it was the case, and definitely it would be like a good reason to do it. Like kind of how you know that Bailey is gonna have crazy good things for you. Ooh, double chain lightning, seriously. 31 then 51. That guy doesn't particularly care about me having resistance to electricity. Also, by the way, Nicola used to not generate with globes of archery, and now Nicola got globes of hurling. Maybe this character might be interested in those. I could definitely get some throwing to have like a ranged option, maybe. Let's see how many jabs I have. I don't have that many jabs. I have like, what's that? 17 and 5 silver. It's two little jabs. I also didn't get shoals. I don't have file of lots. I find it a bit surprising that I did elf and I didn't get all the experience evocables. I also do not have silence. So I would say that the fight with Nicola is like not going in my favor because I already got hit for 80 damage, despite the fact that I have resistance to electricity. Maybe dabbing Nicola will do the trick. Yeah, because after all I have Bamp, so all that I really need is like one or two really good hits to heal really hard. Aha, exactly like that. There we go. And now Nicola was hesitating a lot more to chain lightning. Um, I should probably recall Saint Roca. I just haven't been using Saint Roca too much because I don't want Saint Roca to die. Um, I wanted to replace Saint Roca with Frederick, but Frederick accidentally got killed before I got the chance to reap him. Hey, 2 scrolls of acquirement. There we go. That's why I was holding on to these 2 scrolls of acquirement, in case you were wondering, because I knew there was a possibility of getting a treasure trove, and the treasure trove asking me for 2 troves of acquirement or 2 scrolls of acquirement. So here we go. I'm gonna drop that. Well, maybe I won't. Maybe I will get brand weapon, and then I can charm, or I can change it into a vampiric. So yeah, pretty lucky treasure trove. Let's see what we end up getting there. Dropping some things here, so I don't have full inventory when going in. I think I should just drop the entirety of my scrolls and my potions. Oh, it's deep water. I wish it was not surrounded by deep water. That's kind of annoying. I'm gonna drink a potion of light. Let's go in. Yep. Oh, you don't have the items to give. I guess that makes sense. I did just drop them. Aha, let's see what we get here. Throw letter, 13 bolts. Bunch of trash so far. Wow, a bunch of trash altogether. Not much better than I would have gotten from my scroll of acquirements, or from my scrolls of acquirements, but yeah, it's very rare for me to do a trove and literally get 0 items that I care about. You always save them and have heard of others doing so, but never seen it pay off. Yeah, this time it did happen. Fortunately, I wouldn't call that pay off, but I guess I got to use them. I shouldn't drop Immolation. What I really wanted to drop there was Vulnerability, but for some reason I dropped Immolation instead. Well, Buckler of Reflection is not so bad, but I'm using an Executioner's Axe. It is a two-handed, and I already have 24 axes, so it is at minimum delay. Yeah, my only issue with my current weapon is that it's not more highly enchanted, or rather that it didn't come early enough in the game for me to truly be able to squeeze all the value out of it. Putting all my scrolls of enchant weapon into that and just like healing to full HP pretty much with every attack. Like, who needs drain life now? Now I am like very, very powerful. The character was already really good before, but now it is crazy. Okay, I think that's the first time that I see a Randart Spear generate here. Still not something that I am too interested in using. Okay, I can be surrounded, and I can just hold down tab because 41 armor class and vampiric weapon. Like, I do take like 40 or 50 damage, but I end the fight at pretty much full HP because of how good of a weapon this happens to be. Also, the fact that it is an axe makes it so that I have like extra chances to heal pretty much every attack the more monsters I'm fighting. That's a bazaar. That's not a temporary bazaar. It's just a bazaar. Now I wish I had used the acquirements on the money to get money for that bazaar, but that is a very like rare occurrence. Just doing the or getting the ability to enter a treasure trove and have all the items be like irrelevant to your character. That kind of thing doesn't really happen. I'm gonna drain life here. Okay, I got healed a bit. Maybe Dark Bargain. Let's see what we get. Bone Dragon. Sweet. I guess it's not the best thing to get if you are fighting a Deep Troll Earth Mage. Would have preferred a Profane Servitor. Okay. Yeah, take a look at that. When I started fighting that second Etin, I was at 200 HP, and now I am at full HP. Let me pick up these Scrolls of Enchant Weapon. I'm not gonna put them onto my Executioner's Axe immediately, because I am going to use a Scroll of Brand Weapon that I have in a shop to try to buy, or try to rebrand this into Vamp. And then if I rebrand it into Vamp, I have +8 instead of having +5 with the current Executioner's Axe. Brand Weapon. Oh, Brand Weapon. Okay, I have 2 of them, so 2 attempts at getting Vampiric. It's like buying overpriced Scrolls of Enchant Weapon, if you think about it. Protection is trash. Last attempt. We are gonna rebrand Protection into Flaming. Well, that was underwhelming. So we're gonna drop that. And I could go into the bazaar, maybe get more scrolls of brand weapon. Um, I'm gonna clear the entirety of depths, and then we shall see how much money we end up getting. You have a 7% chance to banish me. Please don't do it. Thank you for not doing it, Luis. Let me drop that. This seems like it should be a scary bolt, but my character is powerful enough to not really care. Ooh, Caustic Strike is kind of spicy. Also, Walking Divine Tome. This one summons a smite, and it summons 3 smites. So pretty much it casts the spell, and the smites will hurt you next turn. Like it's impossible for them not to hurt you next turn. Yep, casts itself at you. So it is a lot of damage output that those Divine Tomes have for you. Fortunately, you can rather easily prevent it by using Ice Blast. However, in this situation, like in this arena, I have to hit myself with Ice Blast um, if I want to prevent them from smiting me. So I'm gonna take damage. It's just that maybe hitting myself with Ice Blast makes me take less damage. Okay. Ooh, wow. A plus 12 Arbalest off the floor. I'm gonna pick it up. In fact, I might even train for it. It's plus 12 after all. Ooh, wow. Now I wish I had a brand weapon to put it on that Arbalest. Fog could block line of sight of the Divine Tome. Yes, it can, and therefore it can prevent any living spells from casting themselves at you until they're close enough for you to be able to more easily deal with them. That's definitely a good way to like counterplay those. Um, it's a good thing that you thought of, actually. I don't think I have used it like that before. Um, but yeah, Scroll of Fog is very strong for countering very powerful late game ranged monsters like that one. Okay, what do we have here? Identify. Well, that's pretty useless to my character. In fact, it's so useless that I'm not even picking it up anymore because I think I already identified everything that there is to identify. That should generate way less scrolls of identify. We know that the technology exists for making certain places in the game generate different kind of loot. Like for example, Orc places only gold. Everything past D8 places only. Everything past D8 places lower amount of charges of ones. So maybe depths should generate very little, if not like no scrolls of identify at all, because I feel like by the time you get to this point in the game, you're already gonna have everything identified. So I'm gonna put this on instead of the Ring of Willpower that I have, because my third pip of fire resistance, I think it came from my weapon, and I'm not using that weapon anymore. So let's just drop that. I still retain my willpower, but now I have 3 pips of fire resistance. The poison resistance doesn't really do a lot, but I guess who cares? Who cares about the poison resistance? Alrighty, so let's go into the bazaar. Let me drop some things before going in, like my potions. Yeah, all the potions is good. Okay. I don't care about those. I do not care about those. I don't care about those. And I don't care about those. Are we done? Okay, pretty underwhelming bazaar as well. The Ring of Ignis is right through Fury, and it's a Ring of Fire. I like it. Actually, it's not a terrible ring, but I don't think my character cares for it. If I really needed resistance to negative, I have something, a source better, or a better source for that already on the floor. Let's get out of there. Really underwhelming Bazaar and Treasure Trove and Elf, I guess. We still have yet to do Bolt 5 or any part of the game where I could get a third room from. So So yeah, I have noticed that this guy is giving me a lot of Yred piety just from existing or by existing. So that's a pretty good way to make it so that you have like a floor on how much Yred piety you get to start the level with. And I am a fan of that. I greatly enjoy that, and I completely agree with the decision that of making your like perpetual guy into something that can give you piety. Okay, I'm not a fan of this. I'm gonna need to kill some things to get some zombies to be able to drain life, to drain these three guys, I guess. Mm. Oh, you can hurt your permanent ally. I think your permanent ally with Yred should be like Happy 5 or like made like your ancestor in the sense that like it doesn't take damage from things you do because this kind of like is really annoying. I need to get rid of these smites because they really do hurt. But I guess I can get rid of them by using Foggle instead. Aha, the Railbird strategy. Yeah, I kind of didn't want to use any consumables here, but I think it was definitely the correct thing to do. Okay. Unfortunately, I already killed the two Iron Dragons, and I was hoping to gain back more HP than I ended up doing from those Iron Dragons. Acid. Alright. Fortunately, living spells are pretty easy to kill now, so as long as you devote some resources into actually trying to kill them, they are like killable. Okay, floating eye was alone, so I didn't have to worry too much about it. If there had been any kind of support, when I saw the floating eye, maybe I would have done something else, but there was nothing like that. Mm. So regarding this character, I do think that I should go for crossbows or throwing. Crossbows, I already have the plus 12 I have the plus 12 arbalest. It's only a matter of finding another brand weapon and branding it. And throwing, I have some silver jabs and globes of hurling. But I think it's very likely for me to go for crossbows. In fact, I already turned off everything but crossbows because plus 12 arbalest. Like not a lot of characters get access to such a high quality weapon. Mm, I think I'm gonna just like enchant this Vamp Execax already. Like I'm not gonna get anything better than it. I tried branding my other Execax and it just didn't turn into a vampiric one. Vampiric one is like as good as it gets. You're not gonna get anything better. Um, Speed deals way more damage, but you also have like the downsides of using a two-handed weapon, of course, those being that you don't have defensive capabilities. Vampiric does deal less damage, but it heals you so much. You only need to get like one or two good vampiric hits, and then you're back at full HP from like I don't know, like 100, or maybe more like 150 for this character. Mm. This character has so much HP, by the way, because it already has 27 fighting. That kind of thing doesn't happen with normal characters. This is definitely not a normal character. Mm. Yeah, aptitudes are real. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Aptitudes definitely are real. It's just that you can still win even if you have bad aptitudes, or even if you don't have the best aptitudes. I guess you can still win even if you have bad aptitudes is definitely true. Considering that there's things like Mommy. The other day I won a Mommy of Fashion Sari. It wasn't really that difficult. Mm, okay, that's a cigarette. It is a cigarette, but with this character we cannot really do that kind of thing. I don't think Drain Life is good enough to make me survive the things that really can kill you in a cigarette. Okay, I hope that the Juggernaut hits one of those zombies. Aha, it hit a zombie. Perfect. Now we're gonna throw some Curer at the Juggernaut. Pretty good technique to use against Juggernauts. Oh, it missed. Well, that's unfortunate. Did it already attack again? It doesn't seem to have done that yet. I wonder if I should have an ally Juggernaut. I wonder how good of an ally it would be. Definitely would deal more damage than Saint Roca. Yeah, and it also would probably have more HP. Yred again. Okay, now it is poisoned. The Juggernaut hits you but does not damage times 2. The power of armor class. Okay, at least I did get like a Juggernaut zombie. One of these zombies is a Juggernaut. There we go, Juggernaut zombie. Oh, let me see how much damage it deals. 32 and 64. These guys spawn in crypt. Juggernaut zombies. They can be pretty dangerous because they can also like blend into the background with so many like not so horribly dangerous mummies and zombies exist. Well, I guess monster mummies no longer exist. But I meant more like zombies and skellies. I should probably Dark Bargain. I haven't really been using it a lot, and I will get like some really spicy things from Dark Bargain. We got an Ancient Champ and a Revenant. Well, I was expecting more like Profane Servitors, but I guess those are okay. I wonder if the Revenant does, if it hurts you with its thing, because it has Ghostly Fireball. It would be cool if it didn't hurt you. Oh, now we got a Profane Servitor. Wow, look at that. Did I get... Oh, Shtawa the Fire Dragon Zombie. Sweet, 170 HP. These are some high quality zombies. Like I have 4 of them and I have 5 pips of piety. Pretty neat. Yeah, I haven't been using it a lot, but maybe I should quiver Dark Bargain so I can like use it like crazy. Pretty much every fight. I think that's how you're supposed to play Yred nowadays. Did I lose some zombies? Well, they were more like falling back. Wow, the summons last for quite a while. They remind me of the Shining One Angels, with how long they last. The Shining One does make it easier for you to summon a couple of angels and just like roll with them for the entirety of the level. Ooh, no, 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 we're not doing that. No, 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 no. That's 6 living spells. And they can shoot Crystal Spear 3 dice of 40 at me. No, 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 no. Fortunately, they have the range of the spell, so they need to be within the range of the spell. For Smite, obviously, it doesn't matter because it's a Smite. Smite can hit you if the monster that casts a Smite can see you. But for Crystal Spear, the ones that are on the back, they can't hurt me. The only one that can hurt me is the one that is right here, like this one. And I can hurt them because I have Ice Blast. Now, if I was not with Yred, I would be definitely using some Tin of Tremor Stones here. What are the spell's movement speed? They're speed 10. So they're as fast as you are. You can run away from them. But most importantly, they have trash defenses and trash HP. So it is easy to kill them. You can kill them. And maybe it is a good idea to try to kill them, as I am doing right now. Yeah, don't cast anymore, please. In fact, I think I'm gonna use Attraction for you to not do that anymore. Yeah, please don't do that. I wonder if I should have one of these as an ally. I wonder if that even works. I'm gonna have to give it a try next time I see one of those tomes. However, it's very likely that that was literally the last one that I got to see in the entirety of the game. Maybe I can't, because that thing is not really living. Okay, so the Scribe Bind Soul. Living Holy and Demonic monsters can be targeted, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I couldn't target a living tome. Despite the name. I would assume that a living tome is like a golem or something. Yeah, that was fun. that situation with the 6 crystal spears really reminded me of the last time I got killed by one of those guys. Spells had infinite willpower, so you would guess the tome is the same. I don't think the Yred Enslave checks willpower. I'm not sure, however. It may check willpower and I may not know about it. Ooh, I got the worst mutation in the game from opening a door. That's delightful. I'm gonna have to drink a potion of mutation. I got. Wow, that's not good. I'm gonna have to take a screenshot of that. Yeah. I will drink mutation to try to get rid of the horns because I want those. Oh, come on. Ah, that's just mean. I lost regen, I lost the horns, I gain antennae, and I gain teleportitis. Like, come on. There's gotta be potions of mutation in this game. Unfortunately, there are. So I'm gonna buy these three. Oh, I am going to buy them. Yeah, sure. I may buy Condenser Bane as well, but I'm gonna try to hold on to buying it for as long as I can, because it's ridiculously expensive. Mutation. Well, that doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not drinking a lot of potions, and potions at this point in the game are kind of a joke anyway. Mm. So back to wearing the helmet of paranoia, please. Please. Um, Let me pick up some bolts too, because yeah, 1,000 bolts on the floor, and I am training for the crossbow, and I haven't really picked up ammunition for the crossbow, right? Oh, I never did bolts 4. Well, I guess we're doing that now, and maybe it's very likely that I'm doing bolts 5. Hmm. Maybe I can do slime. Last time I did a Yred character, I did slime instead of doing Bolts 5 because the slime is a much easier fight. It's like just one hard fight instead of one almost impossible fight. Because it goes. What I mean by that is that Bolts 5 goes for so long that it's pretty much only one fight, but like the monsters won't stop coming. So in a battle of attrition, you are extremely likely to lose. And Bolts 5 does is like a really messed up level to do in general. I don't like to do it. I generally try to do other levels instead of doing Bolts 5. Okay, we got a Profane Servitor and a Bone Dragon. Let's replenish my servitors and spam Dark Bargain. Hey, we got one of those new undeads. This one spawns in Jena. It's a Seeing Wretch. It's like a ghoul, but more spicy. It's like a fiery ghoul. Pretty neat. Nice summon. I wonder how long it lasts. Last time when I was in depths and I was using Dark Harvest, it lasted forever, and here it also seems to be lasting for quite a while. I wonder if at 27 invocations, it literally lasts for the entirety of the level. Doesn't seem to be the case. They already kind of disappeared. But I'm fine with that. Since Yred Null Piety is like so disposable, might as well use it when I have it. You generally connect all missiles for launchers in the early to mid game because you never know what kind of artifact launcher you may find. But you can always go and backtrack. But I guess it's fine. It's like removes the annoyance of having to backtrack and pick them up. Okay, pretty funny thing that you mentioned. Um, Let us do Bolt 5. I could do Slime instead. I'm gonna do Slime. Yeah, I don't want to do Bolt 5. I also have a launcher for doing Slime. Also, check out that amazing altar of Jiva. I like that it dances in game just as much as it dances in my corner. I love it. I hope that I get the ability to upload my animated emote sometime soon. Okay. Oh, I am using the Arbalest. Don't use the Arbalest. Yeah, I was wondering why those guys were not dying. But it is because I was not using the correct thing. Oh, No, 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 no. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to use Dark Bargain. Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you to get rid of the Shining Eye, Mr. Profane Servitor. Okay, let's go downstairs. I wonder if you need 27 invocations to get Profane Servitors and Bone Dragons. Shoutitis. I don't mind. I don't mind. That's like the one downside of doing slime, that you have to deal with the Shining Eyes. But at least it's easier than Bolt 5. At least for some characters, it is easier. Okay, I only got Shoutitis, right? It seems to be the case. I wonder if they are listed in the order in which you get them. Maybe it would be a nice idea to like first show the good ones and then show the bad ones or something along those lines. Saint Roca is kind of dying. I don't want Saint Roca to die, so what I'm gonna do is go to Lure. Tell Saint Roca to wait here, and then go back into Slime. Go to Slime, Slime 2. This character is so powerful, by the way. I don't know how it is so powerful, but it had a pretty rough start, despite being a heal orc. But then it started finding some pretty good gear. I think when I got Saint Roca as a permanent ally, that was like the turning point for this character. You had Punk in your last win, but the strange thing is that in the Morg file it recorded the attacks as a Fustivalus. It is a Fustivalus. The base item type is Fustivalus. It just says Slink Punk for some reason. But yeah, it is a Fustivalus. Mm, Okay, we got Dissolution. Dissolution is extremely dangerous because Dissolution not only hits really hard but also has the magical, wonderful spell called Summon Eyeballs. And what does Summon Eyeballs do? Summon multiple floating eyeballs that may be able to paralyze, drain, confuse, mutate, or disintegrate. Really bad. Thank you for following. Korean name that I unfortunately cannot read. I appreciate it. Uh, Panhawomba? 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 Is that how you're supposed to pronounce it? Probably not. I'm pretty sure I'm butchering it, and I maybe should stop. But thank you so much for following. I tried my best at least. So yeah, this thing sucks. And it is very likely for this thing to kill you if it summons a floating eye and you give the floating eye the chance to paralyze you. So fingers crossed for that not happening. Panhawomba. Close enough? Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, English is my second language, and I really have never attempted to learn Korean, other than the few that I learned, or the little Korean that I learned from doing Taekwondo when I was younger. I know some numbers, I guess. Or at least I maybe do know some numbers. Maybe it's been long enough that I already forgot. Wow, seriously? How did you even get line of fire against me? Is that who we raided last night? No, we raided Miss Walker. That's what it says in Korean, Miss Walker. Okay, so I don't think I care about the -4 intelligence. We still have 4 intelligence, and that's like 3 more than I really need with a character that's not casting any spells. However, it will be an issue if I do get my intelligence drained any further, because it could make me be at 0 stat, and when you're at 0 stat, you first get paralyzed for a couple of turns, and if you manage to survive that somehow, you get permanently slow until you fix your issue. Okay, so final level of slime pits. What I'm gonna do here is try to get as many zombies as I can and try to have like, or well, not zombies, but spectral enemies, and try to get some nice spectral bone dragons and things. Okay. Well, I wanted to get more, but this will probably have to be enough. So I should probably haste. I would like these guys to not be covering my line of fire. I'm gonna have them attack the royal jelly a bit. And yeah, now that this one is severely damaged, what I'm gonna do is Dark Bargain. Okay, it costs 3? Or did one of them die? Oh, one of them did die. Okay, unfortunate. Well, it's me and a bone dragon versus the royal jelly. Let's see how that goes. I wonder if I can heal off of attacking these jellies summoned by the royal jelly. I should probably also might. Okay. Oh, I do heal. I'm back at the full HP. The bone dragon is definitely dead. At least it's distracting some of these guys. And yeah, if I had any Yred piety, it would be nice for using Drain Life once there's a million Royal Jelly guys. But unfortunately, I don't think I will be able to do that. Immolation. And let's make some funny explosions. Aha. With an infernal noise, the power ruling this place vanishes. Goodbye, Jiba. Oh yeah, it sucks that... Wow, the royal jelly, the spectral jelly. That's pretty funny. Alright, alright. Good stuff, good stuff. That didn't go bad at all. In fact, it went pretty well. I'm at full HP. The only issue is that we got some bad mutations from doing this. That's like really the only issue. So I'm gonna have to drink some mutation after we're done with this place, I mean. Okay, I'm just gonna hide behind this guy, let it do its thing, and once it dies, I'm gonna use like Tin of Tremor Stones. Oh, I got confused by... I got confused. GoldenEye, GoldenEye. What's your chance to confuse me? 5%? Okay. Yeah, that seems reasonable. I do have 14 curing, so whatever. Guess who has enough piety for Drain Life? Yeah, let's just do it. Drain Life. Back at full HP. Didn't kill anything, but it does heal you so well. You're surprised that I gained HP from killing Royal Jelly summons? Me too. Me too. I really thought that I was not gonna be able to gain back HP from hitting them with Vampiric. But fortunately, you do regain HP from that. Okay, I don't care about that. I do care about this. It is trash. I'm gonna get the money. It seems that this game we have gotten a large amount of trash scrolls of acquirement, but we also got some crazy loot already, so who really cares? That amulet is better than the amulet that I'm currently using, so I'm gonna switch to it. It is only very slightly better, and funnily enough, it is better in a way that doesn't matter to this character, like, at all, so I'm just wearing it for like the blink more than anything. Okay, that happened to be really easy, by the way. Like I am surprised that it was so easy. I didn't think it would be. Okay, before I leave here, we have enchant weapon. I want to pick that up. And that's it, pretty much. So we did this for the rune and the enchant weapon. I guess we got something at least. Uh, oh, check that out. We have enough to enchant it to +9. Should have searched for enchant weapon before. And I guess I should also search for enchant armor. Maybe also brand weapon to see if I can brand the arbalest. We don't have brand weapon, but it's fine. We are going to go and enter the realm of Sot. I don't think we're gonna do Bolt 5 with this character. Did I not find Sot? Maybe I didn't. I did not clear this. Good night and good luck with the rest of the run. Thank you. It's about to end. I hope you have a nice rest of your evening, I guess, and a good day tomorrow. Weekend is almost here. I hope you enjoy that. Sot 1, and there we go. This character could just dive past Sot. Oh, that reminded me that maybe I should drink some mutation. Okay, I don't care about those. Unfortunately, I did not gain back some intelligence, which was the thing that I really wanted to do. Okay. As long as I can bump the monsters that I'm fighting against, I really don't have much to fear. However, you can clearly tell how truly fragile this character is when I'm fighting against something that I can't bump, such as that electric golem. Like, I lost 66 HP during that fight. I lost slightly more than that, but like, I also have regen, so I was regenning a lot. At least I have regen. Not having a shield and not having regen would be like too bad for this character. Oh, well, that's not good. I should probably try charming you. Okay, that's not good at all. Yeah, don't surround me if you're berserk. That's pretty bad indeed. That Moth of Rat just berserked everything immediately. That's crazy. Okay, it's funny how the Moth of Rat berserk literally everything except for the shifter. I wonder if it intentionally doesn't berserk spellcasters. Maybe that's how they work, and I just didn't know. So I could just dive past the entirety of Sot. Maybe I should, because I don't really gain anything from doing it. Yeah, like at this point in the game, I'm already like powerful enough to win. Okay, I would like to get some zombies for drain life. This is very reminiscent of Uskoyo at this point. But yeah, I guess it is extremely reminiscent of Uskoyo. The piety goes up in the fight. It will go down as you use the abilities, and it will not really replenish itself. Um, so it is really like a level-wide version of Uskoyo. So we drain life and we gain back a bunch of HP. I am slow because I got hit by Death Cove, unfortunately. But even while slow, I'm still like extremely strong. Also, since I have Bamp, I am healing so much. Okay, we got a Bone Dragon here from just asking for Dark Harvest or Dark Bargain. That's what it's called. Not bad, not bad. Oh, another acquirement. Another Scroll of Disappointment. We shall see what we get from this one. Well, the amulet is definitely the opposite of a disappointment. I'm gonna grab that. The axe would have been kind of cool in the early game. Now, not so much. Goodbye. The amulet is like extremely good. It gives me some dexterity, and some dexterity means motivation. Motivation means less chances of getting destroyed by a crystal sphere from a lich or a string of unfortunate quicksilver bolts. Yeah, I feel like you need two thirds of your defenses to be good when you're playing this game, I guess, as a melee character specifically. So if you don't have a shield, you want armor class and evasion. If you have a shield, maybe you can kind of get away with not having that good evasion, but you always should have as high of an armor class as you can if you're a melee character. If you're a mage, I think you can kind of get away with just being trash and like super weak when it comes to surviving things. But a melee character cannot get away with that. Yeah, it's pretty nice that I am a melee character and I just like melee the Berserk Tentacle monstrosity like it was nothing. Um, the character got pretty strong by the end of the game. Okay, no brand weapons. I definitely regret using all those brand weapons on that Executioner's axe. Because pretty much immediately after I did that, I got this arbalest, this over-enchanted arbalest that we got off the floor. That kind of thing is like super rare. Okay, I do have 3 pips of fire resistance, so I'm not too afraid of the orb of fire when it comes to that. I don't think it can stack any more minus intelligence, but I don't know how that works. Yeah, level 2 out of 2, so I cannot have any less intelligence than that. You feel a strong urge to scream. I don't care about that. Okay, got a bone dragon. I don't think the bone dragon helped a lot there, but I guess it offered emotional support when it came to me fighting that orb of fire. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, 84 from Crystal Spear. Well, that's kind of what happens um, when you don't have a shield. 84. Did I seriously take 84 in that one turn? Oh yeah, because I also got hit by pretty much everyone that could have hit me there. Can I silence you with File of Lots? Okay, yeah, that just like removes the threat of these guys crystal spearing me again. Okay, and because I have Bamp, it's only a matter of tabbing those guys to go back to a healthy amount of HP. Okay. I kind of skip Sot too because I got the elevator bolt. Why not? Okay, partly explored. Can't reach some places. Wonder what are the places that I cannot reach. I don't particularly care too much, to be completely honest. Let's go and buy Condenser Vein because I don't think I found one and it might be useful. Yeah, so it is extremely expensive, like unreasonably expensive, but why not? Back to Sot we go. Ooh, immediate berserking, the tentacle monstrosity. That is the opposite of good. Yes, indeed. The thing is that when I tabbed it before, I was also tabbing other monsters, and therefore I was healing from other monsters. So I was kind of counteracting the damage of the tentacle monstrosity. But it seems that the character is like resilient enough to not just die or explode. Or maybe I just got lucky there with some dodges with my 19 evasion. By the way, this character got the Ring of the Hair, but unfortunately, one of my rings is like incredible. Well, unfortunately. Um, Or I guess I should say the opposite of that. Fortunately, both my rings are good enough that the ring of the hair is like not part of the two best rings that I have found with this character, which is pretty weird because it's like 8 evasion. Um, but no, it just didn't happen to be desirable for my character. Okay, I'm waiting for a profane servitor. Oh, everyone is berserk. Probably should have gotten rid of that Moth of Wrath before it did that. Slowly and carefully. I'm going slow because I don't wanna like explode, which is a very real thing that could happen. Also, I'm cashing in my allies pretty much as I get them. Wow, that Moth of Wrath just like berserked a whole Draconian band, and I still lived. Can you sell items at shops? You most definitely cannot do that. 8 strength is so good. I should replace my ring of willpower with that one. Yeah, the ring of temptation. I'm gonna do it. I have been successfully tempted. Okay, yellow contamination. It's okay because I am gonna have to drink some potions to get rid of my mutations anyway. All right. So yeah, you cannot sell items at shops in any way whatsoever because if you could, you would be incentivized to pick up literally everything that all the monsters in the game drop and go take it to a shop and try to sell it for some gain. And that would be super boring, right? It's like a net hackism, a classic net hackism. So that's why Crawl doesn't do it. In general, if you can think of something that was really boring to do in NetHack, but you could do for gain, you cannot do it in Crawl. That's like the golden rule. Mm. Do I heal from the wandering mushrooms? I think I just healed from a wandering mushroom. That's crazy. I don't think I have ever noticed it. Okay. Acid happens to be rather decent for these guys because they don't have any evasion and they don't resist acid. But they do have a ton of HP and a ton of armor class. So even with acid, they can still be rather difficult to deal with. Oh, the curse toe is dispelled. Shoutouts to this Revenant. That was oddly specific and convenient. Um, but yeah, shoutouts to that Revenant saving me some charges of acid. Very valuable charges of acid. I ended up not getting that many of them. Alright, final level up. I'm gonna get the dexterity here. Okay, I got dexterity and I didn't really get any motivation. I should turn that off. We should turn this on. Okay. Fortunately, Quicksilver gets rid of your corrosion. So if you get corroded and then you get hit by Quicksilver, you will no longer be corroded, and that's a pretty neat thing. Wow. That Draconian Knight with a kite shield was like unusually tanky because of the shield. See, that's what you're giving up when you don't use a shield in favor of a two-handed weapon. I do have to say that this character has been unusually powerful for a character that has been using a two-handed weapon, but it may be related to the fact that I am using what's quite probably the best two-handed weapon that you could possibly wish for in the entirety of the game, and I also have crazy good defensive items already. Okay, is this like a rock wall? Maybe I can dig down and fight in a much more controlled way. Okay. This is an ancient crawl strategy called the kill hole, where you only get to see one monster and the monster will invariably be within melee range. And so that makes it so that it's much easier and safer to kill spellcasters, and you don't have to deal with fighting pretty much many monsters at the same time. As you saw, like I fought pretty much the entirety of that Draconian Band, and I didn't really take any damage. What little damage I took, I got healed because I have Vampiric, right? Okay. These Draconian Shifters are extremely aggravating. Fortunately, they have only been extremely aggravating and not really dangerous. Okay. Yeah, I think we should like take advantage of the momentum from killing those guys to just go into the bolt and like use all my dark bargain summons. Like we have Bone Dragon, Profane Servitor, Ancient Champ, Seeing Wretch, and I guess this Spectral Orb Guardian and a Ghoul. Maybe I should make them step on the trap. Well, if I could, I would make them step on the trap. I should probably read magic mapping. I always do it. It's just this time I forgot about doing it. That's tempting. See, that's tempting because it would like literally pull the entirety of the level towards me, and that has a pretty positive effect because it gives me more value for Drain Life. It gives me more value for my summons that I currently have, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Rather play it safe. Okay. Two Profane Servitors and one Bone Dragon. The good old late game combination. Probably shoot Haste and Might. Ouch. Are these guys resistant? Oh, they are not resistant to fire. Alright, I guess they're gonna die. 3 Orbs of Fire. Sure thing. Might? Orbs of Fire, the ultimate test of SOT 5? Kind of, yes. 4 Orbs of Fire, sure. Oh, I guess this guy is immune to fire. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, I'm just gonna walk here. Gotta let my guys do their thing against that one orb of fire. Fortunately, yeah, the Seeing Wretch is immune to fire, so it literally um cannot die from orbs of fire. Mm, I have been taking a lot of unexpected damage. I thought that this was going to go better when I went in here with 2 Profane Servitors and a Bone Dragon, but I guess 4 Orbs of Fire is exponentially more powerful than that. I have the mutation that... Oh, never mind, I don't have it anymore. I thought that I was not gonna be able to heal with these heal wounds. And by the way, when I say heal, I mean just take less damage, I guess. Oof, 13 damage. For a second, I thought that it was more for some reason. I thought that it was like 35 damage or something, but no. My Seeing Wretch is doing some work here because it's making like these orbs of fire lose a ton of turns because they cannot hurt it in any way whatsoever. I guess I could try polymorphing it, but they haven't tried yet. And I don't know if that works against undead. It works against demons, but it doesn't work against undead. You feel weaker. Well, that is annoying. Okay, can you please attack the Orb of Fire, sir? Okay, so it is not so good actually. It does hit the Orb of Fire, but it doesn't seem to be dealing as much damage as you would think after seeing these numbers. Like 15, 40, 30, and like that's a bunch of extra fire damage, but it hasn't been doing it. Also, it theoretically removes fire resistance, but I don't know. I haven't seen it do it against those sorts of fire. Maybe I should stop like taking 3 bolts of fire and just maybe retreat. Mm, Okay. Yeah, better be careful around those annihilators. They could explode. They could make me explode. Back into the kill hole we go, because why not? Hmm. Oh, it's funny because I have three pips of Yred Piety from like my bound orc, seeing Wretch and the Profane Servitor, and I still don't have enough zombies to be able to ask for more zombies. Mm, so yeah, this has been really interesting, the whole Yred experience. Okay, big damage, and finally the Seeing Wretch actually deals damage to the Orb of Fire, how it's supposed to be able to do. Okay. Oh, I got marked. From an exploration trap, by the way. I hope that Saint Roca doesn't die. If Saint Roca dies, that would be kind of annoying. In fact, I don't want it to die. Let's just recall. I'm gonna tell it to retreat in that direction. So many orbs of fire. That's crazy. I'm gonna stay behind and fight them. Just imagine if you trip the alarm, then you would have had all the orbs of fire along with everything else. Yes, like I fought 4 orbs of fire already, and this bolt has 2 more for me. Would exploration traps not happen if you never auto-explored? Oh no, 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 they would still happen. Oh, imagine that would be like that is such a net hackism. Here's the thing that makes the game less painful to play, but we're gonna punish you for using it. No, fortunately, exploration traps don't work like that. It used to be that the way traps worked in the past is that if you knew where a monster, if you stepped on the same tile that a monster had already stepped on and didn't trigger a trap, there was no trap there. So the reason why exploration traps exist today is because people figured that out and started coding like Lua dark magic and put it in their RC file that excluded every other tile that a monster hadn't stepped on. So to make sure that they never got shafted or teleported. And thanks to that, now we have exploration-based traps. Mm, so yeah, imagine if it was only a thing that happened if you didn't auto explore, it would be awful. It's like such a blast from the past, NetHack like. Uh, okay, I'm gonna drink. Might as well. Okay, this is going well. This is going incredibly well as well, actually. I'm surprised at how much damage I'm dealing to these orbs of fire, or to those orbs of fire, how much damage I dealt, and how much damage I um, ended up being able to tank when fighting these Sod Guardians, Orb Guardians. I hope that my ally doesn't die. It's probably gonna die. It's so fragile for Sod 5, I mean. Okay, we got a ghoul and a ghoul. Wow, that's underwhelming. Especially for 27 invocations. I feel like I should have gotten better than 2 ghouls. Alright. Saint Roca's Mighting Orbs of Fire, sweet. It's about to die from fire, by the way. Does it regenerate quickly? In my opinion, it should regenerate quickly. It should share a lot of similarities with the Hep ancestor. Hmm, probably go for acid here. Acid. Saint Roca is destroyed. Boo. Your ally Saint Roca died. Okay, that will remain in that RC file for posterity. Man, if only it wasn't just a plain orc, and instead it was something more powerful. So those guys were Dread Liches or Ancient Liches? I think the two of them can go invisible. Oh, they were Dread Liches. Dread Liches can paralyze, and so they are extremely dangerous. I would prefer to be next to a Golden Dragon before being next to a Dread Lich. Fortunately, we have a Revenant here, and that means Dispel on Death. Yeah, there we go. If only I could see invisible, I could make them attack the Dread Liches. Okay. I don't want to go next to them because I don't have that much willpower and therefore they could paralyze me. It wouldn't be the first time I die from Dread Lich paralysis, by the way. Dread Lich, 14%. At this stage of the game, it's like literally a suicide. To try to fight them without the ability to not get paralyzed by them. Are they done? Okay, I think they're done. Did did my Revenant dispel them finally, or what happened? Hmm. You feel a bit more experience. Your Profane Servitor hits something with a Demon Whip of Electrocution. All right, so the Revenant, I don't think it ever used the spell on death. Good positioning, yeah. I hope that that I was placed in the proper position and that I didn't just get lucky. Okay, maybe. Oh, we got fire. That's so lame. I was expecting acid, or I was hoping for acid. Okay, Dreadlich is not dead, but invisible. Okay, Dreadlich is dead. There we go. So yeah, better get rid of the Obsidian Statue because it can summon demons, annoying demons. It could summon some nasty things. Oh, look at that! The Profane Servitor is actually paralyzed. Huh. How did it get paralyzed? I have no idea. Your Profane Servitor is no longer paralyzed. Weird. Oh, Cloak of Willpower. I want that. Much more than the Cloak of Preservation. So we finally got all the willpower that we need to not die horribly. Now, if we check the Dreadlich screen, we can see that it has a 1% chance to paralyze me. So I guess I could still get destroyed by the game, but it is just extremely unlikely that it will actually happen. Um, I wish that 1% was instead 0%. But I guess if you really want the 0%, you just you have to pay the price for it, which is going out of your way to having or for having or to have that much willpower. Um, so yeah. So far, this character has been great, let me tell you. It's very funny because the first part of this character was so bad. Like the part that last stream was the downside of Dread. Like it was so useless in the early game. It felt almost worse than Atheist. I know that it's not actually worse than Atheist, but it really felt like so bad. Um, but now we're getting to see like what it is when you have a strong character and also what it is like to have dread in the mid game when you start killing monsters that actually have high hit dice and therefore killing 2 or 3 monsters and getting like 3 zombies gives you enough piety to summon like 2 good allies instead of using those trash zombies. um, so yeah, let's pick up the orf. Let's get out of here. Go D0. A sun demon comes into view. I don't care. Hmm. Well, that is not good by any means. And most unfortunately, those guys are literally in the way. Um, what do you have? That armed with a chaotic touch. So don't get meleeed by that guy pretty much. Doesn't have that much armor class. So maybe a couple of Tin of Tremorstones will do some good damage, but I would fight it if it didn't have a Nekosek, a Hellion, and a Nice Fiend as a trope. Like I think as far as bans that a Pandemonium Lord can generate with, that's like as crazy as it gets. Mm. I think I'm gonna go for the double blinking. Like blink here and then just blink to the portal and get out. Instead of trying to do anything too fancy. Uh-huh. Okay, that's unfortunate. 2 intelligence. Get me out. It's been a while since you dropped in here. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, Astral Vortex. You arrived just in time to see me and my Hill Orc of Yred Null. New Yred Null. It got reworked into being something weird. Yeah, now you get zombies from killing things passively, and your piety pretty much equals your zombies, and you get to summon allies, like the old allies. You get to do many weird things with old Yredem Null, or like with new Yredem Null, including like having permanent allies that can die in SOT 5 because they were kind of trash. Your ally Saint Roca died there, right there. Yeah, that unfortunately happened, but it's not really an issue. I shouldn't have recalled my spectral ally if I wanted to keep it alive. Let's drink some potions of mutation actually. I lost my helmet. I don't want that. Not that it really matters, but I don't want that. Mutation. You've been playing a lot of Rift Wizard. It's a fun one. I am still in my very first run of Rift Wizard, and I'm in floor 18. I'm about to enter floor 18 on Rift Wizard. So since I already got so far in my first run, I know that it's 25 levels. I'm just gonna complete the run on stream tomorrow. I'm gonna start like 3 hours earlier, and I'm just gonna complete the run on stream. Um, my goal is to win a roguelike in my first attempt, and I think Rift Wizard might be the one. Yeah, it would be like an accomplishment for me. I've always wanted to do that, and I've never been able to do it. Last time I really gave it a try was like 4 years ago with Tome. Um, I got to the second map in Tome in my first attempt, and then Tome betrayed my trust, and I haven't played Tome since then because I got so mad at it. Um, but yeah, Rift Wizard hasn't made me mad in any way whatsoever. I've been so happy with that game. That game is exquisite. It is like a work of art. It's so good. It's like all the interesting parts of a roguelike, which is like the interesting combat, like the punishing combat, the builds, the crazy explosions flying on the screen, without the lame things, like optimizing your character with gear and items. Um, Also, it's like not really that RNG because you get access to literally all the spells. You just have to gain enough experience to learn them pretty much. You had trouble with round 16 to 20 the first times you played it before you beat it, and now you're doing the Archmage trials where you're limited in your resources. I um I am looking forward to getting to that point, but as I mentioned, it's literally my first run. I am in floor 17, about to enter floor 18, and I will not continue until tomorrow. I will finish that run on stream one way or another. It's going pretty well. I don't think you are on my Discord, are you? But if you're not, let me link you to my picture, to the picture of my character as it is right now on Rift Wizard. You might be able to see it. Let me know if you can't. Um, okay. Yeah, I don't think I care about that Necosec. Oh no, that is most unfortunate. The worst part about that is that the Ice Fiend is Yeah, it's all the way over there, and I don't have attraction. I also don't have that much blinking, and of course, because of Yred Null, I don't have access to Holy Word. So I guess we're gonna read a Fogu here. Fogu not doing anything. What's new? Okay, please don't torment. Oh, thank you for not tormenting. So yeah, as you see, because I have spectral allies, now I have 2 pips of piety with Yred Null, and I could cash in those zombies for a non-permanent. This is temporary. It's like a summon. I also have 27 invocations, so that's why I got a Bone Dragon from that. Healer of Yred used to be good. You don't think you've played the recent crawl versions? Yeah, this is literally like less than a week old. Well, I guess it's a bit more than a week old. But in Trunk, it's been since like Wednesday. No, it's been like since like Tuesday that it's in Trunk. Um, so yeah, it's brand new. This is like literally my first impression with new Yred Null, and so far it's been well. The early game was so bad. I'm not gonna lie. The early game was pretty awful. But once we got past the early game, it got so much better. That is annoying. A Panlord. Ooh, that's an awful spell set for a Panlord to have. Summon horrible things, blink colors encircling and blink range. Like it will summon like a bunch of things. It will surround me with them, and then it will like be like, nope, see you around. So that thing is pretty much unkillable. I should just like try to ignore it because of its spells. Titsimitu, better kill that guy before. Oh no. I'm gonna use a potion of 3 here. There we go. I am going to use cancellation. I am surprised that I ended up with so many bad mutations from just drinking a potion of mutation, and I guess doing SOT 5, Orbs of Fire, an Executioner. We can get rid of that pretty easily. There we go. From the greater demons, that one is the weakest for my character. But a spellcaster with low amounts of armor class would definitely be terrified of an executioner. Okay, give me these. I intentionally went out of my way to buy these potions of mutation to not be to not be left with terrible bad mutations. I still have my antennae, which remove my helmet, and that was the reason why I wanted to drink some potions of mutation in the first place. So fingers crossed for the final one, removing the antennae. Oh, I got horns instead. Come on. The antennae on your head shrink away. You feel weaker. You lose the ability to read scrolls while threatened. A pair of horns grows on your head. Boo! My helmet! It was such a good helmet too. Come on. Sometimes the game just like doesn't want you to wear your awesome helmet that you've been using for pretty much the entirety of the game. Oh, Hell Sentinel. That is most dangerous. Ooh, I'm not a fan of this guy by any means. Maybe I should circuit because I don't think I can I can reliably run away from it. So I'm just gonna circ. Circ is like might plus haste in a single action, so I think it was the correct thing to do. By the way, you don't have any spells, but at least you have a bunch of HP, so you're gonna be helpful now. Corruptor, summoning some slimes. Are they big? Oh, they're titanic. Okay, that's a good way to make that monster interesting. Please die. Thank you for dying, because those titanic slime creatures were definitely pretty scary. Let's go back to D0, actually, for real this time. Titsimitu. And let's try walking around the corner, waiting for that guy to be closer to me. Okay, don't torment me. Don't torment me. Thank you for not tormenting me. It did slow me, but it's much better than getting torment. Ouch, ouch, stop that. Who does that? You do it, right? Legendary Destruction, yes. Conjures two explosive magical effects in instant succession. The effects can be any mix of Fireball, Ice Blast, and Ghostly Fireball. And they didn't hurt. Oh, the Golden Dragon got pretty messed up, however. Okay, I'm kind of getting stuck here. Okay. It recalled some orcs. Oh, no, no, the orcs got summoned by the Shadow Demon. Okay. That went pretty well. That could have gone super bad, but it went well. Next. Nice Pandemonium Lord name. Crystal Spear, Polymorph, Summon Demon, and Abjuration. Yeah, how about we don't fight that? Oh no, it's next to me. Gonna have to do something about that. You don't blink or anything. Just gonna have to fight you then. Yeah, it deals so much damage. 3 dice of 44. Big LCS indeed. Hmm. Maybe I can use Phylloflots to push that guy away? Let's give that a try. Oh, I was able to push it away with Phylloflots. It did try to go for the Crystal Spear, but thanks to my 26 evasion, because I've been training some dodging, it didn't destroy me. So yeah, if you don't have a shield, I feel like you really need to have your evasion. Okay, but the second attempt it does hit me, because of course it's going to hit me. Player evasion, monster evasion, like they're two different things. If you try to Crystal Spear a monster with 26 evasion, you're never gonna hit it. But a monster Crystal Spearing you with 26 evasion is gonna hit you like 60% of the time. It feels like that. Um, anyway, we survived that sketchy encounter, and back to the escape we go. We see another Ice Fiend. So many Ice Fiends. Oh, I skipped this level because this level had Grinder. I remember that. Yeah, the early game for this character was not like the happiest thing in the world. In fact, there she is. Now she has a 0% chance to paralyze me, but when we encounter her, she had a pretty good chance to do so, like 50% or something. So I maneuvered my line of sight to block the Fiend, and I docked to be able to blink here, because I don't want to have anything to do with the Fiend and its Torment. Ascend with Grinder, I'm gonna try. Get over here, Grinder. The unfortunate part of that is that now I cannot like auto travel. I have to manually travel if I want to win with Grinder. Yeah, let's see if it happens. Grinder does no blink, right? So if Grinder blinks, then I think I'm just gonna have to leave Grinder behind. Also, there's also a really decent chance of me just having to fight something and therefore hit Grinder with my axe and therefore kill Grinder. Hmm. Okay, yeah, Grinder kind of fell behind because of these Hell Beasts. Hmm. Trying my best not to kill Grinder. Oh no, it's gonna die to the Hell Beast. Oh, never mind. Okay, D2, we're almost there. Okay, Grinder did blink. Maybe I'm gonna try to do it. Gonna wait on the stairs. Oh no, a Fiend. That's not good. That's really bad. I'm gonna blink my last blinking into here to not have to deal with the Fiend. And then I don't want a Hell Beast. I only want Grinder. Mm. Oh no, I almost killed Grinder accidentally. I am surprised that Grinder didn't get one shot by a fully enchanted Mindele Executioner Sax, but I guess it doesn't have a brand. Okay, I hope that this is not stone. Oh, North Guardian, okay. It is not stone, so I'm just gonna wait here. Wait for Grinder to get over here. Grinder blinks, okay. Now let's quiver something funny, as I always do. We're gonna quiver this. And we're gonna inscribe it as well. Inscribe with I wish I didn't have horns. Or or antennae, but I guess I don't have antennae anymore. Let me also inscribe my weapon with twitch.tv/9 Settler. All right. So that should be a new tournament banner. Ascend with a unique. It really should. It really should. So yeah, with that out of the way, let's just make it official. Win the game. You have escaped. If I could wear the helmet, I would have had 46, maybe 47 armor class, and that would have been a pretty nice thing. But unfortunately, the game decided that I was not to be wearing that helmet by the time I won the game. But anyway, it got so good on this stream. Last stream was pain. This stream, it was amazing. Um, I don't know if that was because of Yred, but I am inclined to believe that it was because this character had crazy good loot and Executioner Sax Vamp. Like, it's very hard to compete with that. So I ended up winning with Grinder. Unfortunately, I never got to brand the over-enchanted Arbalest that I found on the floor, and the rings are exquisite. Like, they're so good. But in general, the jewelry, no, actually, in general, the entirety of my loot was like amazing, except maybe for the boots and the gloves. Um, yeah, the character got crazy powerful by the end. Um, so here we are. And with that out of the way, that's gonna be it for tonight. I will be back at it tomorrow with more Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, but I will start earlier and I will be playing some Rift Wizard. It's literally my first run ever of Rift Wizard, and I am in floor 18. So we are gonna try to go from floor 18 to literally winning the game in my first attempt, and let's see if that happens. I've been trying my best to not die. I've been literally reading every monster that I have to fight, and sometimes I even peek into other rifts to see the other monsters that appear and to see what they do. Your first run didn't make it that far. You think you died on realm 5? Mm, I didn't really get into too much trouble in the early realms, but I think I also did something really broken that you wouldn't normally think of doing. And that what I ended up doing was I got an altar. I think it's an altar. The ones that where when you're standing in there, it costs one experience point less to upgrade your things and to unlock new things. So what I did was when I entered that level, I had like 10 experience or something crazy, and I just upgraded my fireball as much as I could. So my fireball is like has the radius and has like it has the ash type of damage. I think that's what it's called. That deals dark. And I don't think I found any enemies that have been like too resistant to fire and poison and dark. So like the fireball just kills everything. And that has been carrying me so hard. Also, I gave the fireball like an attunement that whenever I kill something, it creates some bomby guys, and they explode. And sometimes they deal more damage to me than the rest of the level deals to me, and that's pretty neat. But yeah, I'm really excited to jump on stream tomorrow with Rift Wizard, and of course start a new crawl character tomorrow as well. But with that being said, thank you for watching, thank you for hanging out. If you're not following, you should consider following. I would appreciate it if you did. If you are already following, you should consider subscribing. Of course, you don't have to, and I understand that you may not want to or may not be able to, but it does help me a lot. Keep the lights on, pay the bills, eat. But it's fine. Regardless, let's see if someone is playing Crawl.